Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. I see the jumping around. I see it jumping around a lot. Okay, good morning, AmiWest. I am getting things going. I had to tear all sorts of jazz apart. Testing, testing. Okay, that's working. It's a little hot. I had to tear a whole bunch of things apart. Testing, 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 test. Man, these microphones suck. Other type of mic. Can you hear me? Testing. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. Okay. Test, 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 test. I'm getting VU, different microphones, so I have to really turn it up. That's okay. Let me check the room. How does that sound? Is that good? Perfect, thank you. Okay. So I think I'm going to switch out the microphones, at least for some of us, so that these better mics. Because managing both these mics is going to be darn near impossible. Maybe the buttons on the front do something interesting. Testing, testing. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. It is Sunday morning here. Shout out to my European friends. Apologies for all the time zone issues on the website. I thought I went through it crazily and get it all correct, and I have not. So, go off the Pacific times. George mentioned localizing it. I did look at that briefly and then looked at the JavaScript and I'm not that good at JavaScript, so that's not going to fly. But that would be the way to go. And maybe next year I'll spend the time to build that so that we can JavaScript those times. When you dial in, it'll have the your local time zone presented. I think that would be a nice thing to have. Indeed. I'm also going to start packing up. I got to get out of here at 4:30, so I'm kind of strategizing how I can preload my car and everything. One of my kids is not feeling great, and my wife is like, come home now. So I will get home, honey. I will get home very soon. Love to hear some feedback on the events yesterday. For the folks that weren't on the live stream, did you guys dial in and check out our banquet activities? And I'd love feedback on that too. Every year as we're putting the show together, we need to think about what we're going to show, how we're going to do this, and then do the legwork to pull it all off. There are things I would do differently than we did last night, but overall I had a lot of fun doing it, and I think it was a great experience to show those two things side by side. And get people thinking about it. So hopefully those who checked it out, let me know your feedback. I'm easy to reach, IRC, YouTube comments, any Amiga forum. You can come over to my house if you want to send me an email and give you a beer, whatever. Okay. let me get us prepared for our first speaker. This PC has been giving me some fits. Okay. Okay. The problem I'm having with the PC is that when I would copy and paste, it would fail. I've never seen that, like, ever. So that was cool. Okay. Sorry, I'm doing other stuff here. Copy invitation, log into my Gmail. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh, I just rebooted this computer and it will not let me copy and paste. Wow, that is amazing. I have never seen Windows do that. When you hit paste, it says, it just gives this like single line gobbledygook, can't get access to DMP. But that's okay. I can bypass this by going here and doing it here. Very, very, very strange, y'alls. I don't think I need this actually. Yeah, so let me check the Zoom chat, or sorry, the YouTube chat. We got 22 people online. Thanks, everyone. PCs always fail. Love it. Day 2, a little low on YouTube. It's going to get better. It should get a little higher, Roger, as I mess around on IRC. Shout out to IRC. Okay. We can see Alex is unpacking his stuff for sale. We were talking earlier this morning. Had a good sales day, which is nice. I have some items for sale at the show. Hopefully, I'll be plugging those a little bit later. Meeting, copy invitation. Okay. Okay. Cut and paste works on the main box, which is all we need. Let's see, where's my speaker schedule? Okay, so I'll be kicking. Brian had to run out. I'll be kicking things off at 10, and then we're gonna have Klirkos Gurginis. Forgive me for mispronouncing that. Modib from the Amiga Ray Tracing Society. He'll be joining us remotely.
You say Amiga Ray Tracing Society?
Amiga Ray Tracing Society. He's our first presentation today.
Wow, that's
It's
cool.
awesome. Okay, email sent. Oh God. Sorry, I'm reading a horrible email from a friend of mine who's in a terrible car accident in Los Angeles. Damn.
So I don't know if you heard, but in
I just got a weather update from Alex Perez that it's going to rain here tonight, which California really needs water because you can imagine there's been a lot of fires everyone's heard about. So we're like, we need AmiWest to keep going to save the planet. For sure. Okay. Okay, I got my titling solution working. We should have Zoom running, so I'm preparing here. Let me start killing stuff, full screen, make sure I join the audio. Okay, I muted myself, line and speakers, that looks good. My makeshift video device is good. Okay, 15 minutes to spare. Checking YouTube comments. Yep. This guy. Where'd my little guy go? Must have made it into a bucket. Oh, the background noise that I'm mumbling to myself about is I was going to move my Amiga 1200 from last night over to another table tonight for people to check out. So forgive the background grumbling here while I try to do this. Right now I'm looking for something. I don't know where it got off to. As I transport my 1200. For all the work that we did on the banquet, I'm going to reset this machine up as a super primo gaming box for my kids. So WHD load menu on boot. I already took out the 060 and I put in an 030 just because it's a better gaming processor. I might even go back to the 020 just to have like full massive compatibility. Anything that needs more than an 020, I'm not going to run it on the machine. Why do I need an 020 in there? Does not make any sense. So I have this little speaker jobby. It's really cool. Oh, I need to do this. I want to give a shout out to the Amigos. They run a podcast on games. I'm wearing their shirt today. You can go to their website, everythingamigo.com. Awesome shirt with their supporters and a whole Amiga workbench theme. But I wanted to call out for Aaron, who's always on the lookout for boxes and stuff. I was trolling through the Abyss, and I found an original Lemmings box. A little crunched, but you know what? On the shelf, it's going to look really nice. So for those who are chasing games and stuff, you're missing out because the Abyss is done. And product has been disseminated. There's still a bunch of stuff over there. Not as many as game things, but still a bunch of stuff in the Abyss, the Sacramento group. Okay, what is the Abyss? I keep using that term. One of the members of the club, Dan, who passed in 2016, 2017, after the Amiga 30th, who did an insane amount of work. Anybody who was at the Amiga 30th, that event would not have happened the way it was without Dan. Full stop. He ran property here in Sacramento, and he devoted one of his homes to a collection of Amiga stuff. And that's what it was. And he had a house full of Amiga stuff. And you know how it goes, especially in like the 90s when people were kind of bailing on it. They're like, well, I want to stop, but I also don't want my stuff to go to waste. You know, they had feelings for the machines. So the club just started collecting and collecting and collecting, and it just ended up in this house. Well, you know, fast forward, world's changing, got to unpack all that and got to do something with it. And so the club's been disseminating it. Some of it's gone to eBay and other places. But that's the story of the Abyss. And when we talk about the Abyss, that's what we're talking about. Do you have a power somewhere, Alex? Over here? You do? One of the things, my gripe about this power supply is it's like installed backward. Like, why is the switch going to the part that's... Come on, people. Okay. My power supply just fell on the ground. We're powered up. We are plugging in the joystick adapter. You know, I actually built a Hollywood presentation for this machine, but I haven't finished it, and it wouldn't run under 3.1, so I didn't go there. But I was going to say all the stuff that was in it, but at this point I've pulled most of it out because I've already started converting it back. But it was fun. It was fun. Machine has a lot going on inside. It reminds me, I got to give a shout out to Chris Amiga Kit for his help. Well, I should say help. His response when I emailed him, thank you. He didn't need to respond. His response, need a VGA cable. Didn't really bring one. We've gone full digital with the show this year, which is great. I might break up a little bit as I fish for a cable. Oh, I gotta put my mask back on. People showing up. Okay. Pretty light in the morning here. Not a lot of people. No, it's not a real VGA cable. Shoot. Usually VGA cables are like dime a dozen. Shoot. Hey, sorry, do you guys have a VGA cable? I want to try this adapter. Oh, man, did you? Well, thank you, sir. You know me so well. Which version of Doom Attacks? Really? It's a newer port. How do you, I mean, which chunky module do you use? Because I was not able to get it to run very well. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it. Yeah. Okay. I guess I didn't spend enough time with it. Okay. So I also have these little adapters I'm testing out. It's part of what we're doing here. Morning, sir. we're going to get started here in just a few minutes. Flipping around. Okay. Can you guys hear me? I'm not hot. Let me turn up my mic here. Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay. A little overkill. I can probably just shout it out, but my voice is getting a little hoarse from the banquet and everything and all the other fun that we've been having. So, welcome to day 2 at AmiWest 2021. We're excited to still be alive. Anyone die of COVID? Not yet. Okay. Everyone here has not yet died of COVID. Wait, I see Kenny's feet. Oh, he's good. He's moving. We had a great time last night. So it's Sunday morning, so a couple of things, right? Sunday is moving day at AmiWest. Talk to the vendors, buy their stuff. Pretty much buy everything you see because that supports the show, and if you don't buy it, they won't come back, and we want them to come back. I also wanted to give a shout out to the folks that attended the banquet, which is pretty much everyone here. Thank you for doing that. It was a great time last night. Thought the food was pretty good. For those who haven't been to AmiWest their whole life, we've had a lot of ups and downs with food. So thank you, Brian, for settling on a banquet provider that can actually deliver for us. Brian would be doing this, except for he had to go pick up a machine that he sold. So he's taking care of that. He'll be back a little bit later and have some words for us. The other thing I wanted to say is I wanted to thank the people who helped the show who can't make it. There's a lot of people online who repost and make sure the news is updated. Big shout out to the Amigos who have a gaming podcast on Amiga and Retro Systems, wearing their shirt today. They help plug the show, and everyone else. Doug did a YouTube video, really appreciate that. Just for some stats on the stream. Let's see, where's that window? Right now, we still got 45 people logged in the morning. I got to go back and look at the historical for yesterday, but last time I spied at midday, we were at 1,400 views, which is great. Had about 120 people peek online, which is great. Today is going to be a little chill for us. A lot of us were up a little too late last night. Jerry was telling me that we still have the games competition. There's still an opportunity to win that amazing trophy. We have a original 500. It's quite pimped out. I like it. Right here in the corner, running Pinball Obsession. Jerry has taken his Pi 400 and installed Pinball Obsession, and we also have a Mister running Pinball Obsession. So if you really want to see a real-world game between a regular Amiga and a couple different flavors of the new emulation, you can do that here. You can play them all. Who knows, maybe you'll get a better score in the Mister and be able to win the trophy, so that's definitely awesome. We've mentioned a whole bunch of times around the raffle. So again, we want to thank our sponsors for the show for putting in items and helping us out with support. So that's all rendering in over top of me right now. So big thanks to all the sponsors who supported the show. You can still buy raffle tickets. Jerry, what time are you going to cut off purchasing? I think we're going to do the raffle at 4 after Doug's art presentation. Okay, did you post 3 or 3:30 online? Do you know? Okay, let's say 3 to be safe. So we're going to cut sales at 3 o'clock for the raffle. If you don't have your tickets, please go ahead and buy them. For those at the banquet watching the stream, we're going to use the wheel of names. So all the names will be up there. We'll randomize it out, and we'll hit the go button, and it'll spin and pick people. Once you win a prize, we'll take that ticket out, and then we'll keep going for the rest of it. Okay. Up now, because it's in a minute or two here, we've got, and I can't pronounce his name, unfortunately. I didn't spend enough time in Greece. Moadib is from the Amiga Ray Tracing Society. I can bring up, we have the Zoom. Actually, let me hide this video. Are you there? Can you hear me? You should be able to hear me at this point.
Yeah, I hear you all right.
Okay, there you are. I got you now. Give me a second. I
Great.
got to adjust some volumes on my end
Thank you. Yeah.
to bring your level up a little bit. Try now?
Yeah, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 5.
Yeah, we
3.
got you. It's a little hard to hear you. I'll work on that in the background here. Let me switch you over to be on the stream.
Do I have noise in the background?
What's that?
Yeah, do I have noise on my part in my background, or is it your part maybe?
Oh yeah, it's much better now. It's definitely my side.
Okay.
I've got to work on it on my side.
Thanks.
And the crazy complexity that we have here.
No, it's okay.
So. Doesn't matter anymore. Okay. So I have to ask, how do you pronounce your name so I get it right?
Oh, I think it's Klearchos. Klearchos.
Klearchos.
Klearchos. Oh, very nice. Yeah.
Okay.
You did it.
Klearchos. Okay. So we have
Thank you.
Klearchos of the Amiga Ray Tracing Society. It's interesting. Is Dave here yet? Okay, there you are. I think you guys would be like, I'd love to see you guys talk because Klearchos, I don't know if you know, I talked about this yesterday if you're watching the stream. Dave and the club here has spent a lot of time to sort of collate applications, get the manuals put together in a preservation effort. And so I think he's going to be very interested in what you have to say. I don't know if you guys have met previously, but it's really nice to see because as a kid, growing up with the Amiga, the ray tracing stuff was always so fascinating. And then to see like Babylon 5 and, we were talking about what the Video Toaster did and for the Amiga and then what the 3D world did. I mean, obviously, as processors changed and graphics changed, it got left behind, but you can't argue that in that early 3D world, like the people moving into the industry, the Amiga really helped drive that wave so that those young professionals knew the tools and they understood it because of what happened on the Amiga and the technology there. So I think it's really important. But why don't you go ahead and take us away, Claire?
Great. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for everything, guys. You're doing great. I mean, we're also eager here in Europe to start doing our own demo parties and all these gatherings, for Amiga and retro computing. Starting with ray tracing has always been a challenge for all of us because we started by experimenting things. Our machines were slow, and we actually wanted to reproduce the world or create in 3 dimensions. So the Amiga Ray Tracing Society started. It was an early idea since 1996, where I was doing with some friends and doing a Lightwave, and before that some Imagine or some Real 3D. But it really came into fruition at around 2014, when after leaving the Amiga for a while and then coming back to it because it was so fun to work with the machine, albeit being too slow, but you really had this feeling that everything was simpler. You didn't have to fight with Windows all the time to get it to run stably and all these things that you might also be aware of. So 2014 was the first time that I got together with Midwan. That's his call sign. He's also from Greece, and he's the developer of AmiBerry nowadays. So we got together and said, okay. I asked him what would be, wouldn't it be a great idea to have a place where Amiga users that are interested in ray tracing and 3D films gather together and could, join their interests and their talents into creating something, some films or whatever. And he said, yeah, but how could we do that? And so it was at the back of our heads when we started and when we did a short 3D film called Killing Game Show 4 for the CompuSphere 2014 in November, where we released it, and it was, we got very, very good reception, and everyone was asking, "Wow, you did that with an Amiga! It was great," and all this stuff. So that was the beginning of um, of a cooperation between two people that was like kind of studio-wise, oriented into creating 3D films. So right after that, I mean, it wasn't things didn't evolve that fast, but um, during 1 year, two years later, we started creating a website that could host people that would be interested in 3D creation. So nowadays we have this in amigaraytraces.com. Now I'll try to bend OBS to my will and show you how that looks today. Just a second. So here it is. Please let me know if you're watching my desktop.
Yeah, it's working great.
Great, thank you. This website came into fruition where artists that already can 3D or people that would like to learn can browse the forums or watch a webcast episode list that I started last year. So even if people don't know, they can start by watching either the webcast that is pre-recorded, and there's also a YouTube channel, or enter the forums, ask how I can find something, or how can I do that. So the possibilities now are they're great many, because it's not only artists that can work with 3D. For example, Lightwave is a very mature program that has its own API, and for example, you can have a programmer writing your a plugin that wasn't yet implemented, and there's also a great RX implementation for Lightwave, as well as C, where you could compile your plugins. Okay, so I would like to show you just a quick index of the episode list. So that is a project that started last year. So because I encountered people that told me, "Oh, it's very nice to. I'd really like to work in 3D, but I know next to nothing. This is like, it looks like a miracle to me." And I said, "Okay, look, it's not that difficult. All you have to do is try to learn the tools the program offers, and then reimagine how you would like a real life object or an imaginary object to be in your computer. So I started step by step doing this webcast. That I think I began April 2020, and this is like 50 episodes already. This year I didn't have much time due to family and job obligations. So, however, there's so much material here for people to start getting involved and learn things, how it's done in the industry even. Now, I would like to point out one or two things. Yeah, this is Lightwave oriented, because Lightwave was the most mature program in our Amigas that has been. There is something here that is worth noting, particularly Episode 43 is seeking animations to audio. Perhaps some of you would like to deepen into that. Maybe you're into audio more, and maybe some friend of yours is more into video. So how, you know, this episode breaks down how we can join these two, so that we will have um, all the, you know, events synced according to, you know, to each other, you know. Particularly audio starts first, and then you try to couple the video then. And also 42, uh, for those of you guys that are fans of Terry Pratchett, this is a magical number for the universe. So 42 shows about how we can create render farms using either a virtual or a real Amiga, with connected with Ethernet, um, to have render farms based on Raspberry Pis. So this is very, very big, because, you know, in the days of Babylon 5, Sequest, they didn't have, they had to have Amigas. I think they were using Envoy. It is similar to Ethernet protocol, but it was Amiga only. I'm not so sure about that, but they were using. I think Babylon 5 was using something like 500 2000s with O30s or O40s. Correct me if I'm wrong. So nowadays you can buy, say, 5 or 10 Raspberry Pis and run your render farm that your Amiga will be controlling. Okay, it sounds crazy. It couldn't be done, you know, back in our days, but nowadays we have these inexpensive computer boards that can help us have our own studios at home, you know, run by our Amigas. Now, in terms of the limitations of the program, and I'm not going to talk about other programs, although I'm trying to. There's a project trying to either find the Cinema 4D manual or translate the German one, because I don't speak in German, so we would have to translate that. But that's a side project that I can say that it falls into the scope of Amiga Ray Tracing Society. So regarding Lightwave, yes, it is version 5. It lacks lots of the how can I say, the features of new programs nowadays, you know. But what we can achieve with that is, like, we can innovate some of the things that are being done automatically by programs. For example, global illumination. I can show you. Let me see here. I have these some pictures here that I've also used for my. Yeah, I think I should show my tutorials here. So yeah, number 47, I think it's here. So this is, for example, this was done in Lightwave. Okay, if you are familiar with the options that lights can do in Lightwave, you wouldn't be able to have that smooth and realistic lighting. So the innovation here is that you create plugins to to have, say, 500 lights that are quite weak in their illumination, but if joined together, they can create area lights that are not present in Lightwave 5, but only later versions. And you can fake. I wouldn't say fake, because what the newer versions do is that they do exactly the same thing, but it's not visible to the user. So we actually try to innovate stuff. We're trying to bend the program to our wills, you know. So that's some other things that we are doing. Now, Amiga Ray Tracing Society is also a meeting place for people, say, that have an idea, a project, and they want to make a small 3D film or whatever, and they can actually ask other users if they are interested, to participate in the projects. Amiga related always, okay. Do you have any questions so far? Any questions? Any?
There's a couple of hold on, this is a little hot. There's a couple of comments on the YouTube channel. Someone says they have the Doug here actually said he's got the Cinema 4D. I think you have it too, don't you? The English version.
If you're asking me, no, I have found the German version only.
Yeah,
so,
no, I was asking inside the room here what we have access to in here. So no, there's no real questions right now.
Pardon? Do you?
There's no questions right now. Please
okay, great. So I won't. I don't think I have much time, but yeah. What else? I would like also to say. Yeah, something here. I have some notes actually. I didn't have time to put them online on my computer. Yeah, and I have also. There are two members of the EAB forum. I would like to thank. That before creating the Amiga Ray Tracing Society were like a silent, how to say, endorser for all this. So the first member is MUFan that used to maintain a thread on EAB, on English Amiga Board forum, that he used to search and gather all plugins and programs that were for Lightwave only. So he has done a tremendous work into gathering from the most insignificant plugin that says hello world or inside Lightwave to sub programs that work just like Sparks that are particle generators. And the sad thing in this is that he hasn't been online for 2-3 years. Yeah, so it's very, very. I hope he's okay, but I would really have had to. I would really have to thank him for his work into preserving all these programs. And the other person is P. Govotsos, that I would really like to thank. That he is also a contributor into digitizing all his videotapes that he had since that time, with the Lightwave, into making them into digital form, so that we would be able now to have them available to us. So these two persons are very. I'm very thankful, and I hope the rest of the community they're very appreciative to their work. If you do a simple search into the AB search field, let's say Lightwave plugins, you will find the thread and a very, very big, large list of plugins and programs. So without taking your time from this great event, I would really like to thank you. And if you have any questions, I'll be very glad to answer. And if you have ever had the ambition or the say, yeah, let's say the ambition, but never had the way to learn or do some stuff or with Lightwave or any other program in the Amiga, just drop by, become a member, ask, or just give your knowledge to other people. And I think we can do great stuff. You know, it doesn't have to look realistic. I mean, we nowadays even computer games, they are just um, trying to clone reality, but that's not the point. It's not fun. Okay. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm at your disposal.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I love the website. I'm definitely going to check that out after. So, any questions from the audience here? Okay, we have one. Hold on one second, Mr. Toast. Let me find one of the microphones. And these things are super sensitive, so kind of hold it like 2 or 3 inches from your face, but it's got to be pointed at your mouth for people to hear you. Yeah.
Hi, Madeep. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah. Here, all right.
I was actually an instructor at the Dave School in Orlando doing lightweight for a number of years.
Wow.
Eventually, I moved on to different career paths, but Lightwave is still at my core. I've been a Lightwave user since 1991, 92, sorry, 92. And one thing I would like to ask you, are you leveraging some of the newer Raspberry Pi clusters to speed up rendering processes and using ScreamerNet to control it from the Amiga side?
Yeah, exactly. So the Amiga side is running ScreamerNet. Now you have to have also the requirements for the Amiga from the Amiga part is a Lightwave with a healthy ScreamerNet configuration, and you have to have Samba, and the Raspberry Pi clusters has to have a you're asking this, right? This is just a technical, yeah, okay. So the Raspberry Pi cluster has to have a main no, wait a minute. No, it doesn't have to have anything. So it depends where your network 3D folder is. How I've configured in my cluster is that I have a Raspberry Pi 3 running, having my shared 3D folder. So the Amiga is telling every other computer, it sends work through that folder. So even the Amiga is looking into that remote folder. So the rest of the Pis, they are like render nodes. So it's just the Amiga tells them, okay, take a frame, take this scene. They load. Each one loads the scene, and they output the frames to the output directory, which in my case it's also the Raspberry Pi 3. Okay, so you can do that having an Amiga and all the other Pis to be a node to be nodes. Okay, or you can have say my Raspberry Pi 3, or I can have it also running an AmiBerry with Lightwave, and that being the Amiga Master as I have named it. So in case you don't want to have your Amiga, on someday for days or something. Yeah, I have some technical details on episode 42 that I think it will shed some light. So, yeah, have I answered your question?
I think we have one more question.
Okay,
yeah.
Am I on? Yeah.
Yep, you're good.
I'm Dave Coombs. I've accumulated or collected a bunch of documentation for Amiga 3D programs. What I wanted to ask you is, where can someone download version 5 of Lightwave for Amiga? I've got version 3.5, and I've got a bunch of documentation for version 5, but I haven't found version 5 available. Is that still available somewhere, or?
Yeah, it's available as a bundle on the EAB site. You can go to. There is a link to there from a thread that's called "How to install Lightwave on WinUAE or something
Oh, okay.
inside the AmigaRaytracers.com forum. The latest version is 5.0R, Romeo. There are some other versions floating around that are called 5.1, 5.2. These are hacks. These are 5.0As that didn't have some extra features, but they were hacked, and they, the pirates, in their effort to show that, oh, hey, I have the latest version, they changed there.
Okay.
So you may be able to find it. I can show you how it looks, how that looks like. So can you see my desktop?
Yes.
Great. So if you go to enter forums here, down here, and then I have there is I think the tips and tutorials. No, not here. Sorry. Setup. Yeah, you will find a thread, a subthread called setup and troubleshooting. So running Lightwave on WinUAE,
okay.
the first one, and then I have here's the link to the Lightwave 5.0 Romeo, including the CD content.
Okay, and that includes modeler also, right? Both.
Yeah, everything. Yeah. Modeler and Screamanet. I think it would. Yeah, just let me see. Yeah. There was a Screamanet that was older, but I think that it includes Screamanet 5.0 also. Yeah. Give it a try. If you have any questions, just ask me. If you would like to be a member, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very cool. I'm learning that all the versions of Lightwave I have are all hacked, bad versions. So.
You weren't the one.
Yeah. I've got some work to do
fall
there.
into that trap.
Yep.
Okay.
That's fantastic that it's available and preserved. Well, thank you very much. Any other questions? Let me just check YouTube real quick. Some comments in the channel about people building render farms with SGIs and a vampire. That's kind of cool.
Wow.
There is a good question. I like this one from Peter. Peter Elkinson has been asking a lot of good questions for the show. Thank you for that. Have you thought about doing anything with Blender in Amiga OS 4? Because we have the version escapes me. It's like version 2.5 or 2.6 of Blender. Have you thought about using that on an OS 4 system?
Yeah, of course. The only problem is that I don't have an OS 4 system. Unfortunately, I run on 3.9 right now. I haven't even had the time to upgrade to 3.2. But I've been using. I used to use Blender. I have to be honest. I used to use Blender before I came back to the Amiga scene. But earlier versions like 2.3, 2.4 were too intimidating in their the user interface doesn't work. It was not as intuitive and as user friendly. I think they have fixed that, but I haven't been there lately. So as a Linux user, I should be. I think I have it downloaded and it updates regularly, but I haven't gone into the trouble. I only click UA and I go into Lightwave, and I have to say that I even use Lightwave for my business to create intros for my other YouTube channel that I'm building. I don't know if you guys remember tube amplifiers for guitars and stuff. So I use that for making my animations, so they look very, updated, if you know what I mean. So. But Blender is a to-do thing for me. So perhaps one of the coming years when my family obligations would not be that heavy. Yeah,
it's interesting because the Blender on OS 4 is a little out of date, and my understanding is the newer versions have significant UI improvements. Can someone tap Richard on the shoulder so he wakes up because he's snoring? Hold on 1 second. Alan has a question too.
Minimally go to Blender 2.8. And ideally up to 2.9 or 3, because that's when they made the big change. Because I tried Blender early on, and it just hurt my brain.
Yeah, it's good.
But the 2.8, you can actually, a human can actually sort of understand.
Okay.
So it's much better.
Cool.
Great.
Yeah, just mute that.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, I want to appreciate you coming out and doing the presentation for us. Thank you for joining AmiWest. Hopefully you can come in person next time.
Yeah, I'd really love to.
Love to have you here. You can set up a table and show off
Yeah.
show off what you're doing. Definitely going to check out the website. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, maybe we do some workshops if you guys want to, of course.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, well, thank you so much. We're going to shut down the Zoom, and then we have a couple more presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys. Keep it on.
So we have a couple more presentations. That's ugly. Let me hit cut here. To show. First, there's a couple things. I'm going to play a video from one of the show sponsors, Retronic. Let me get this right. And all the audio.
Hello, Amiga fans. This is Francis Gradel from Retronic Design here in sunny Montreal, Canada. I'm happy to be part of the AmiFest 2021, unfortunately from distance. As you may know us for our joystick adapter, we also built these Amiga video component adapters. And also, we have a full production of DB23 connectors and hoods that are also available. You can check out our website at www.retronicdesign.com. I can see that my passion for electronics really started with my Commodore 64. I learned programming BASIC and build controlled hardware on my Britbin. In 1991, I built a 4-bit audio sampler that permitted to record 18 seconds of audio before filling the whole available RAM. We had so much fun with this thing. And then I moved to Commodore Amiga about that time, 1992, about that. And I learned to program little demos and small games, all with Amos Basic, if someone recalls. I also built an 8-bit 22 kilohertz sampler that was Audio Master compatible, and this is about the time I started my career, but sadly in the PC world. In 2012, I've decided to build a USB joystick adapter for myself and for my friends, and I just started to build a 25-unit batch. And because I was building boards at that time, PC boards for other things, and then with that small batch, I decided to sell them on eBay just for fun, just to see if the product will get off the ground. And actually, everything was sold in less than a day. That was a hit. So I then sent back my batch, my order actually. I ordered 500 new boards from the factory, and that's where Retronic Design started. Let's say from basement to the world. And after 9 years, I can say that it's still a great adventure, connecting with many other enthusiasts and many other retro communities. Here is an example of our USB joystick adapter working here on a Raspberry Pi 400 running AmiWest. I'm playing Flashback from Delphin Software. The playability with my Waco joystick and timing are as the real thing. This is another example of the USB joystick adapter on the C64 Mini with custom firmware, so I can use my Intellivision 2 controller on it. Just because I can. Someone from our community asked to use his Apple II mouse on his new 2020 MacBook Pro. With a gender changer and a special firmware, well, no problem. mouse is seen as a standard HID mouse, so you can use it on your favorite desktop. Another request from our community was to integrate this analog Apple II joystick. Here it is on Apple II emulator playing Choplifter. Next product we see here is our Amiga video to component adapter, converting the Amiga's RGB to modern YPDPR. It only converts video color space without adapting the sync at 15 kHz. This leads to the TV to process the signal and convert it to 720p or 1280i. This gives bright and original colors while keeping the full video quality from the original output. I also keep the Amiga casing untouched, from drilling any holes nor modifying the original hardware. We see here the flashback intro playing on my old pal, my Amiga 500. Be aware that Amiga, like other machines from its era, used the 240p screen resolution. New TV does not equally support this mode. You can use your monochrome output to test it prior to buying this product. Future for Retronic design will for sure include Amiga, both the original hardware and the emulated hardware. And as a sneak peek, here's a little device I'm working with a friend in the UK, and it's a real-time USB floppy drive reader and writer for Amiga disk. It permits to read and write disk with WinUAE and other emulators. For the original hardware, we are designing a Wi-Fi network card compatible with the Flipbox project. And this ends this presentation. Don't forget to buy tickets for the raffle. We give away 4 pairs of USB joystick adapters and 4 video component adapters. So have a great show, guys. Cheers.
Well, that's awesome. I didn't realize it was 8 in total, so big chances to win on the raffle today. Our next presentation, we're going to jump to the NG side of the house, and Hans de Ruyter is one of the major application developers for Amiga OS 4. He does the graphics card drivers. He also has implemented an FTP server. So if you have Amiga OS 4 systems, you run this FTP server and you can get pretty good transfer rates and connect into the box. So I've actually shifted my workloads to do it that way. He's going to talk about using it as a build service.
Hi guys, I trust that everyone at AmiWest is enjoying themselves. Unfortunately, I can't make it for reasons so obvious they're not worth mentioning, but I do have 2 things to tell you about. Actually, show you. Come have a look. So notice up here that this machine is using a Polaris graphics card. So we know that there are no Warp 3D drivers for Polaris 10, but let's start Wipeout, which is an old Warp 3D game. And
I thought I updated this, my bad. It's the second half.
So developing drivers sign.
Sorry, Hans.
3 or first, and I was having trouble with the transfer. So that's where the, and then test it on another. Okay, for example, it's an old mini GL game.
Okay, I'll stop jumping around.
I'm going to show you how to use Z2FTP server to build your software or compile your software on one machine and then test it on another. So this is actually one of the reasons that I built Z2FTP server in the first place, especially when it comes to writing graphics drivers. The 2D graphics drivers on the Amiga, you end up having to restart the computer a lot. So it helps to write the software, compile the software on one machine and transfer it across, and I was having trouble with the transfer. So that's where Zeta FTP server comes in. So yeah, I'll show you what I do to be able to allow me to compile and then immediately transfer it over for testing. I assume that you've installed Zeta FTP server on the machines that you'll be testing your software. If not, you'll have to do that first. And then you need to make sure that you are serving directory or directories that you will upload your test binaries to. In this case, a development assign. Now, if you're like me and you are also developing drivers which have to go on the system partition, for security reasons, I would recommend the following. Only serve the directories that you actually need, and only switch on the FTP server when you're actually doing the development work. And that's for security reasons. Basically, if you expose your system partition to the internet or even to your local network, if somebody does guess your password, they can do a lot of damage. Now, once you have the directory set up, you will want to go into Settings, Server, and change the file permissions for the uploaded files. Now, one of the limitations of FTP is that it will not copy your file permission bits. So, unless you want to manually add the execute bit every time, I suggest you set that to the default. So enable it here and click Save. And there you go. The server side is all set up for your software development and testing. The next thing you'll need is a remote install script to put alongside your make file. I'll give a download link to this, so no need to look at the details. But you'll need to customize, so you should put your own FTP address in here, own username, and then the path to where you will be uploading your test binary. And what this script does is it basically uses curl to upload to the remote path via FTP. And you'll notice here I'm uploading the debug version. You don't need to do that, but I like having the debug symbols in when I'm testing. It just makes things easier. Just another quick caveat is, because it's a bash shell script, on Windows you may need to do the end-of-line conversion to Unix to make sure that the line endings don't screw things up. And then finally, you will need to update the make file. So somewhere at the top you should add this remote install script variable, and then in amongst the build rules you add a remote install build rule, something like this. Again, I'll let you download this file so you don't have to look at it too much. And then you can do a make remote install. Let it build. Here I'm doing DV player. It will ask you for your password. And then upload. And then at this point I will switch over to the Amiga. Over on the Amiga we can now test the new DV player binary. So far so good. But since it's a movie player, we should play something. And there it's going. So what we have now is we have an efficient way of building on one machine and then automatically uploading it to the Amiga for testing. So just a quick summary. What you do is you install Zeta FTP server on your test machine and then go into the settings and make sure that it's set to set the execute bit for newly uploaded files. That's just so that you don't have to do it manually. It's a workaround for an FTP limitation. And then from there on the build machine you have a small shell script that uses curl to upload the file, and then a build rule called remote install in your make file. So you just type make remote install. It'll build your software, compile it, and then automatically upload it via FTP to your test machine for testing. And then that way you can get a move on, work more efficiently. Now for AmiWest there is a 20% discount for the show. So when you go to buy Zeta FTP server, type in AmiWest 2021 as coupon checkout, and you will get that discount. That will be active until the end of October. So AmiWest 2021 will get you a discount for the show when you buy a CTFTP server until the end of the month. So that's it for now. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah, I have to say that the quality is really high. It's got a nice user interface via the web there, and really good transfer speeds. It's also nice because it's very stable for moving data back and forth from the machine. So definitely, if you have an OS4 box and you want to have a really nice way of moving data, the FTP server is fantastic. Next up, we have another video. This is a cool piece of software called Media Vault that is being developed for Amiga OS4 to help users find and play audio content online. So I'm going to kick this off. Many people are going to recognize.
Guys, I trust that everyone at
people are going to recognize George from last year's broadcast. So a bit of an update here.
Hello everyone, welcome to this year AmiWest. I hope that everyone has a lot of fun. First of all, I'd like to thank AmiWest for giving me the opportunity to talk to you about MediaVault, my latest project. But before that, I would like to introduce myself. My name is George Sokianos. I'm a software engineer. I'm Greek, and the last 3 years I work in Ireland, in Dublin. I'm a beta tester for Amiga OS4 and Amiga OS3, and also I'm beta testing X1000, X5000, and the Enhancer package from Aeon. I'm a system administrator and developer on various Amiga websites, and also I have developed a couple of other projects like Kounkami, AIO Streams, and Epignosis. But let's see what we are going to see today. I'm going to talk to you about what MediaVault is and how you can use it, about the development environment and the tools that I like to use, and also the challenges and problems that I had to solve. And at the end, I'm going to talk to you about my future plans about MediaVault. So first, MediaVault is an open source desktop application for Amiga OS4, which can be used to discover online audio and video content. And what do I mean by saying only online audio and video content? I'm talking about radio stations, podcasts, and movies and music from DLNA servers that you might have at your home, on your local network, like Plex, Jellyfin, Kodi, MB, and some others. Actually, I started this application because there is no other podcast application for Amiga OS4. There were AmiPodder at some point, which it is not maintained currently for a long time now, and the idea is quite different because on AmiPodder you had to know exactly the RSS feeds of the podcast that you want to listen to, but on MediaVault you go on the application and you search about podcasts, and you can discover different podcasts to listen to. Also, there's no application that supports DLNA servers, and MediaVault is a better application to discover and manage your radio stations. By that I mean that one other application supports Shoutcast radio stations, and this is TuneNet, but not the old free version that you can find and download. Currently, only the updated version that is coming with Enhancer supports Shoutcast servers, so there is no free version about that. And about management, I mean that in later versions of MediaVault, I plan to have a way for you to mark the favorite radio stations and be able to find them pretty fast and listen to them. Also, my eagerness to learn how to code in a better way in C and how things are working in Amiga OS4 drive me to develop this application. and that's why I'm trying to do clean, easy to read code with good quality and the best practices that I can find, so that others can get inspired or get parts of this application and use them on their own projects. That's why I keep that MediaVault open source available on GitHub. My first release was back in the 30th of April, so it's a pretty new application, and I had 7 releases so far. And let's have a demo to show you how MediaVault is working. So you can start MediaVault from the workbench, and here you can see the main window of MediaVault. At the left side we have a list of choices where you can select to listen to radio stations and the popular radio stations or the trending radio stations, and also to search about podcasts and trending podcasts. Both radio stations and podcasts, the information about those sources are coming from online services which MediaVault contacts and gets the information. For example, if I search for a radio station that plays the blues from United States of America and click the button Discover, instantly you get a list of radio stations. I can click on one of them, for example this one. I see the avatar, some information, and if I click on play button, I can actually load it on the player and listen to that. The same thing you can do with podcasts. You can search for something that interests you and discover. You can click the podcast and get some information here, the avatar image, and some information about this podcast, and then a list of the latest 100 episodes. By clicking one of them, you see information about this episode, and the play button is enabled, and you can click on that and listen to the podcast, to the actual podcast. Also, you can see here that I'm using Emotion as my main player, because from my experience, Emotion is the best player to listen to music, and later when I'm going to introduce the DLNA support on servers and watch movies, I will use Emotion as well. Here we have also the selection about trending podcasts. You can select a specific category of podcasts, for example in news, in let's say English, Discover, and a list of these kind of podcasts are coming up, and you can select another podcast. You see the information and you can see the episode. You have also the ability to select which player you are going to use. There is a temporary solution on this version which I use a script. This is actually a script of commands, and you can change here which player you want to use. If you don't want to use Emotion, you can use FF Play, which is free, or Amiga AMP 3. This way the user can select which player he wants to use. He can also change the paths, and he can use whatever he wants. So let's get back to my presentation. My development environment. I'm using my X5000 and I develop on that machine with the latest SDK 53.30 and the 2 updates that were released from Hyperion. I'm using GCC 8 and Make. Those are all available on OS4 report. I'm started working on MediaVault using CodeBench. Actually, that application helped me a lot to create the structure of the files and also create the first make file. And I use that for that because there is an automated way to do it, and it helps a lot when you start your project. And also after quite a long where my code became much bigger, I started using Cubic IDE because it is a lot faster especially on scrolling in pages. I'm also using SDK browser because I need to find information in the Autodocs, and SDK browser is possibly the best Autodoc viewer out there, and it is completely free. And because I have my code on GitHub, I use sgit to make the commits, create the branches, and merge changes. So sgit is the best tool to do it, possibly the only tool to do it. And GitHub is the repo that I have all the code for everyone to
tooling. So it might be back now. Let me check the page. Sorry, everyone. Okay, I think it's back. Let me press play. My bad.
OO.library is a good library to use about that because it has a feature to communicate, it simplifies a lot the development on communicating with online websites. And it uses also AmiSSL that gives you the ability to connect and talk to secure websites. After version 1.3, I dropped OO.library for library kernel and library OpenSSL, and we will see later for the reason. So the challenges that I had to deal with: network access, first of all. It is the basic and most interesting part of MediaVault, and the first thing that I wanted to learn how it works. And at the start, I learned that when you are creating an application in C, you have to use WebSockets to do connection with any other server out of your machine. So I tried that, and the implementation was quite big, a lot of lines just to communicate with a website, not even starting to get the data. So it was complicated, but I learned how to do it. I have a proof of concept on how I can use WebSockets to talk to DLNA servers on my local network, but yeah, I didn't continue developing anything with the WebSockets, and that's when OO library came in to the MediaVault. When I started to working with OO library, it simplified everything, so it made everything so easy for me to communicate with websites, get images, download data. But after a while, I saw that OO library is not mature enough. It had a lot of issues, and I figured out that it is not the library that I need for MediaVault, and that's why I dropped it for library kernel, which comes from the Unix environment, and it is developed by so many people, and it is quite mature, and it has, with much less code, you can communicate and get data from any server. And it has also some automations, like if the web server redirects you to another URL, library kernel does that automatically, but not OO.library. One of my first thoughts was, how will I develop MediaVault? Is it going to be reaction or a magic user interface? To be honest, I wanted to learn how to code in reaction. The next thing that was a challenge for me are these warning parameters for the compiler. When you start developing something in Codebench, by default has these warning parameters there, and whatever you do, you get warning as an error, so you can't compile. That pushed me more to learn to write better code and to understand how things are working. So, for example, you have a variable that you never defined what it is, so you have to do it. Or you have a defined variable, but you are not using that anywhere, so you have to use it somehow. And that's a thing that helped me a lot to make better code. And also, that's what helped me understand how things are working when you build something in C. And also other things, the idea on how to do stuff. For example, if you have a list on your left and you click on something, how you change the other parts of the application, changing pages. For that, it is difficult to find information about what's the idea behind that. For that, I had to ask on forums, on Oxford Coding, and there people helped me a lot to understand how this is working, and many times they helped me with examples, code examples that I understood and brought them into the application. Another challenge that I had was Amiga versus Unix epoch, which is about the timestamp, how you deal with timestamps. The podcast API that I'm using from the online service requires to send the time of the request, and they have only 3 minutes of a window, so when you send a request it has to be inside these 3 minutes based on the timestamps that they have on the server, and the Amiga timestamp comes with 8 years difference. Thank God I found that information while I was talking to another developer on IRC channels, and he explained that to me, so I made the necessary changes, and I managed to make it work on MediaVault. And the last thing that was a little bit of challenge was that around the start of August, Git stopped working with GitHub because of the changes that GitHub did on their side. So I was completely lost because I couldn't commit my changes and I couldn't work without a version control system. The first thing that I decided to do is to build my own version control system. So I created my own server somewhere on one of my servers that I have, and I used that. But someone from Amigans forums told me that Git works just fine with GitHub by using a token password, and that's what I did. On my journey on how to understand and learn things, the help from the community was tremendously, and they helped me a lot. I have to thank the contribution from Daniel Jedlika, who actually he was one of the people that took my code and made fixes and sent that to me. And whenever I had a question about why we should do that this way and not that way, he was there to make me understand and help me see the better way of writing the code. And also people from OS4 Coding, Amigans, they helped me with all my questions, and I thank them all. You can find very nice documentation on wiki.amigaos.net, which is quite helpful. And if you happen to talk with other Amiga users and developers on IRC channels, don't you ever afraid to ask them about some problems that you have with development on Amiga OS. So yeah, we have a very nice community, and thanks everyone for that. And not only that, you need to learn a few things from tutorials and books. I'm watching a lot of courses, online courses. I can propose these ones here. From Jakob Sorber, the video tutorials about C. He's working a lot with C and C++, especially for embedded systems. It doesn't have to do anything with Amiga OS, but you can apply a lot of things from there to your code. And also Daniel Sternberg, who does video tutorials on YouTube. Daniel Sternberg is the developer behind the library curl, and yeah, he's the best source about that. Also, I found a very interesting course on Udemy called Advanced C Programming Course, and I recommend it for everyone if you can buy it and watch it, because it has a lot of information and understand how things are working. The book that I'm reading and use a lot is Sam Teach Yourself C in 21 Days from Bradley Jones and Peter Aitken. And it is a huge book which has a lot of information there. And last but not least, the SDK examples and the Autodocs have a lot of information. The SDK examples is the first thing that you can use to start actually building something on your new project. So, my future plans. First of all is to introduce DLNA media server support to make a way to Media Vault to find your local DLNA servers and list them at the side and then click them and have a way to find the movies that you have on that server and click on them and view them on your player. That will be an awesome feature for us, I believe. I want to use a SQLite where I will have a database to store the favorites or the last watched and listened podcasts and movies, so you can find, for example, if you have a favorite podcast and that podcast has new episodes, you are going to have a notification about that and a way to see that quite easy. I want to create a good preferences window where you can select your players from there and not by messing around with a script that, like what I have right now, to make it easier for everyone to use. I'm talking with Shoutcast to get access to their API and give to the user an alternative way to discover radio stations. As soon as they provide me this access, I'm going to work on that as well. To have notifications, like I said before, when you start Media Vault, you are going to get some information inside Media Vault, but if you have it minimized and at some point a new episode of your favorite podcast comes up and it's live, I'd like to have a notification on your workbench and get that information instantly to the user. Something else that I would like to do is to have local support, to have Media Vault translated to anyone's preferred language. And also on that, I would like to use the character set library to translate some of the information that you get from the podcast, because right now everything is Unicode, and I'd like to change the fonts to be readable actually on users' computer. One thing that I'm thinking to do in the future is to port it to AmigaOS 3 users. This will give the opportunity for others to use Media Vault, especially for people that are using AmigaOS 3, Apollo OS, even on Morphos computers. I believe that they are not going to have any issues to use the AmigaOS 3 version. And last but not least, I would like to set up a CI/CD deployment environment for the next releases to happen automatically. So what you have to remember from this presentation, you have to remember that it is easy to develop an Amiga for Amiga. The tools are available, they are out there, you can get them free of charge and start working on your project, on your big idea that you have and you would like to see that happen. Our community helps a lot, and we can create applications that use online services. We don't need browsers, so I would suggest stop waiting for a browser. There is a way to do it with local applications like Media Vault. Is talking with online services, and it takes the information and brings it in front of you to use it. If you like what I'm doing, please support me on coffee.com/Volkero. I have some tremendous supporters there who help me build Media Vault, and that's my presentation. Let's discuss. You can find that presentation on that URL and also the Media Vault on GitHub. Thank you for watching this presentation, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Great, that's a nice update from George. I didn't realize that got up on the screen, sorry. Anyway, for the people in the room, they've been looking at the scoreboard for a while. Let me hit the take button so the people on the stream can look at it. Really? I didn't touch anything, so okay. Maybe I bumped it, I don't know. So I guess everyone's looking at the scoreboard. This is the scoreboard for the games competition. Chris is in the lead with 18,977,210 points. Not that hard to get to, honestly, with Pinball Obsession. So if you're here, you can try it out on different systems. Get a run at 19 million. I got an email last night from an Italian game developer. I'm going to butcher his name. Simone Belacqua. He's done like BOH and Skill. He has a new game called Skills Grid. I'm going to install it on my 1200 over here so people can play that. Brian had some things he wanted to say, but I don't know where he got off to. Well, hopefully Brian can come back. After the lunch break, starting at 1 o'clock Pacific time, we're going to have Brian. There's Brian. Lunch is coming at 12:45. Okay, well, people will be munching while we're talking. Is that okay? Okay. Well, we've told people 1 o'clock, so I'd like to hold to the online schedule. We're having this conversation in the middle of the crossover. Anyhow, so at 1 o'clock we're going to kick off the OS 3.2 demonstration. I don't think people are going to be hungry. They're going to eat really fast. I'm not worried about it. And then after OS 3.2, we're going to have LD Stevens give us a Tabor overview. So this is the A1222 beta. He's been working on it to show us the good and the bad. If you're expecting a marketing presentation with the second one under the table and everything's going to be rosy and perfect, that is not what's going to happen. I know LD is going to give us a real God's honest opinion of the status of the Tabor. Which is going to be very healthy. So that's all coming up. And then we got Doug doing the art contest this afternoon. And then following the art contest, we're going to do the raffle. So very excited about the raffle. You do not need to physically be here to win. Although if someone is, there's a couple prizes here. But overall, the stuff's going to be shipped to you. So buy your raffle tickets. You got to cut off at 3 o'clock today. I'm going to pause the stream, or at least stop streaming for a little while, take a little break for myself. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock with OS 3.2. Oh, Brian, did you want to jump in here? I'm sorry. I said that earlier. Let me get you a mic. Here, you know, this one's hot. There's Fred. You want to step back over this way just to get away from the speaker? Oh, let me get you titling up. Okay, titling should be good. Let me turn off the window. Oh, it's a space bar. Okay, you're good. Oh, actually, this is your camera. Anyway, good.
Okay. Well, we've had a lot of enthusiasm here on site, and I'm sure online as well. I just wanted to talk a tiny bit about next year, which is the 25th AmiWest show. And so I'd like the feedback from everybody online and on site about doing a longer show. In 2019, we did a 5-day show. It was well attended. We included a DevCon and also had the balance of the time in show floor and online. So would you like to see a longer show? How can we improve? Email to info@amiwest.net. Pretty easy address to remember. And with show feedback in the line, the subject line. And we'd love to have your comments. We'd love to see how we can improve. Also wanted to mention a couple of the people that I failed to mention last night. Robert Bernardo has been here videoing all of the things that we're doing here. And he's kind of quiet and kind of behind the scenes, but we really appreciate what he does. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it very much. And again, Bill and Jerry have really gone over the top as far as involvement has been concerned this year. I mean, they're always heavily involved, in Bill especially, but I think it's really borne fruit, and wanted to say thanks to them again. And thanks to all of you who have spent your time, effort, energy, and money getting here. I really hope that it's been fruitful for you as well. So include all that in the feedback. We'll plow through it and hopefully get a lot of responses, because we really do want to know what you think about this. And Also, attendance-wise, if each of you could bring one person, I know it's kind of tough from Kansas City, but it's or just encourage one of your friends out here on the West Coast to come. But that's the really the way to build attendance is just to bring somebody else yourself. So we would appreciate if you're thinking in that direction and think it's worth doing to bring somebody else. That would be great too. So thanks again for attending. Thanks again for coming into Sacramento and really helping us out with this show. It's really been great. We've been enjoying meeting the new people who have come. And thanks a lot. We'll take I guess we're on our break right now, right? Okay, so we'll take our break right now and be back at 1 o'clock. All right. Sure. Oh, Jerry. Yes.
And I have a personal request. For those who came to the banquet last night, my wife would like to see pictures of me in that outfit. So if you have a good picture and can send it to sacvp@amiwest.net, I would appreciate it. Or if you have a video, either one, she'd like to see that. Thanks.
And that certainly does bear repeating, yes.
Hi guys, I trust
Testing. Test. This is a test of the new microphone. Testing 1, 2. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Testing. Can you hear me anywhere? Testing. Test, 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 test. Oh boy. Is that line level out? No, it should be mic level. Test. I'm getting level. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. This. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Okay. That's decent mic level in. So you should hear that okay online. Let me turn this to vertical. Better. Okay. But it still levels are lower than I like. Testing 1, 2. The levels are really, really low. Windows Mixer. I know you guys can hear this. I'm doing some craziness, so forgive. Oh boy. What's that? Soon. Lunch will be here soon, I think. Yeah, it's about an hour away. Oh, sorry, it's about 20 minutes away. So we're gonna have pizza today. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yay, pizza! Oh yeah. What kid doesn't like pizza? I know. Test. Oh, he eats his carrots. Ew. Test. Yeah. Well, I'm looking at something else. So you're not going to hear anything. Other people are hearing it. Test, test, test. Why is that so low? Yeah, I know the mic is low. I'm doing crazy stuff. Test. Test, test, test. Test. Testing, 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 testing. Yeah, that's the wrong mic.
That's even more interesting. One that's really confused is Robert.
Test, test, test. This is a test. Huh. Okay, well that fixes that. Test, 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 test. Testing, testing. Test, 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 test. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Okay. Yeah, that's back. So I need to do it this way. Okay. All good. No, it's still clipping a little there. Clip, 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 clip. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Okay. The stream should sound really good. And that's that. Okay. No buzzing, anything like that. So the question is, where is the stream? Yes. Well, the stream is here. The OS3.2 is here, but the pizza is not here yet. So, to respect Brian, Campagnano is doing our OS3.2 demo. We are going to be letting people chew a little bit, quiet down, and then we're going to start the OS3.2 demo and introduction. Brian's going to do RTG version, not RTG version. He's going to walk through the whole thing. It's going to be wonderful. I think it's going to be a really enjoyable presentation. I know he's been working hard on it. This is a good mic check for me. Let me know my levels, if it's coming through, if it's distorted. I mean, I literally have changed the system and rewired a whole bunch of stuff so that I can start unpacking all of my other equipment here. There's a question in the YouTube, is Hyperion participating? They did reach out, but because of the COVID restrictions, it didn't come together. So there was interest, I'll say that. Same with Aeon and all our regular players that normally come to the show. COVID's a problem, and especially with folks traveling internationally. And so they did not make it this year. I'm going to keep packing up and do some stuff on my side, so I'm going to put this on mute. Mic check, A-OK, thank you. I'll throw up a... I'm sorry, I have a new OBS and I don't have all my plugins on this guy, so I'm gonna do a few things here and get a little more set up to add some nice text and whatnot over the stuff, and as we prepare. So let me throw some text on the screen with the status, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Bill? 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 Yeah, can you hear me? Is it? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Three. Okay. I'm good. Okay. 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 Yeah. So you should have the early startup menu. Okay. Yeah, I just want to show some stuff on the early start menu here. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm good to go.
Yeah. Yeah, can you fire up your camera, please? Okay. Hello, AmiWest. We are back online. We are getting ready to rock and roll. I need to press some buttons here on this PC. For those of you who are dialed in at home, I've switched our broadcast system for silly reasons and trying to figure out this laptop. Okay. Did not detect another display. What's on the screen there?
The Windows screen
Okay.
thing.
Identify and detect. So let's see. Extend. Keep changes. There we go. I knew I could make it work. Now you should see the output, right?
Yes,
Look good?
Yeah, we're seeing camera.
Yep.
Nope, now you're seeing my screen.
Whoa, I'm going crazy.
Okay.
Okay. There's going to be no computer audio for this, so it's just going to be us. Let me turn off the food, which is main cam here. Okay. And the pizza. Oh, that's the camera. Drop it in there. Okay. So we have Brian. Oh, is your camera up? You're good? Let me do something, guys. Let's see. You are this one, and this one comes out. And now Robert camera is the main camera, and it's working. And cut. Okay. So Robert, you're the video camera. Brian, I can switch here. We're ready to rock and roll.
Okay.
So we've got an OS 3.2 demonstration that we're going to do right now. Amiga OS 3.2, for those who don't know, was released this year by Hyperion. It is for classic Amigas. Represents basically a love letter from the developers to the classic side of the house. Brings in a number of patches and fixes that people have been running. Brings in some features from the Amiga OS 4 technology.
Yep.
And if you have a classic and you use it as a daily driver, then you seriously want to look into OS 3.2. I don't know what the plans are moving forward. You're a beta tester, correct?
I'm a beta tester, and so they are still currently on working on updates for 3.2. That's probably all I can say, but there is work being done still on it. So, I mean,
okay.
I mean, for the next just an update for it.
Great. So let's go ahead and get started.
Yeah. So this is if you have the 3.2 ROMs installed, you'll be getting this screen. If you hit, they now have the help key that can bring up this early start control, or you still can use the 2-button mouse. So they've added like a lot of shortcuts on here too. So now you can put if you want to do the boot options, you can just type the letter O, and you get into the boot option screen. And they've added some, which I'm not sure if, how many have seen these features, but there's a lot of other kind of debug features, I would say, for when you want to bring up your partition, your boot partition. So they have you can enable the system log, which will basically log all of the commands that are in your startup sequence into the RAM location. So you can look at that later if you had some problems in your startup. If you click on trace startup sequence, it'll execute each command in your startup, and it'll pause there and let you either execute that command or let you continue on. So what I wanted to show is, and there's some kind of a different view of the expansion board diagnostic here screen. I have two installations on this Amiga 4000 tower. One is kind of just a stripped down version, I would say. I mean, it's just without adding the glow icons or any RTG graphic card. So I'm going to boot into that one right now, which is on this partition here. For my 4000 tower, it takes quite some time to boot up. I'm thinking it's because of the SCSI. I have a Phase 5 PowerPC card, SCSI controller, as well as the IDE and the SCSI on that's on the main motherboard. So I mean, there are some different ways to install 3.2. You don't have to have 3.2 ROMs necessarily. You can install it on even a 3.1 ROM machine, and it'll just add those resident modules during the boot process. So this is would be kind of what you would see in a if you installed it with just like the regular icons. And they've added if you have a low-end machine, this might be a kind of a better way to install. You don't have to worry about the resources of glow icons and some of the other things. But they have, okay, so if we go into the tools, or sorry, not the tools, utility system, okay. So they've added a help. This is really nice, actually. A lot of the things are now documented in the Amiga guide format. And so you can either double click here, or you can just hit the help key, and it'll bring up the 3.2 help, and it's very extensive. I mean, you can get into the Amiga OS command reference, and it'll have all the details of how to use those Amiga DOS commands. There's also find of this kind of come back. You know, in 3.9 we had a find, and in 3.1, 3.1.4 that was kind of missing. But there is a find. It allows you to search within files, so you can say, you know, containing the string, and you can find, let's say, let's go into RAM. Okay, let's say I want to search for version. It'll pop up with this this particular file has the word VER in it, and you can open the drawer, and then it'll go to that area where that's, you know, where that's living. So. So now if we go back, okay, so the other thing I wanted to show is some of the shortcuts. Actually, it's pretty cool. So if you have multiple windows open, you can hit the Alt key and go through all the different windows very fast. So if you have a lot of windows open on Workbench, use the Alt key, left or right, and toggle between all of them. If you have a drawer, I mean, it's very, in terms of the shortcuts, it's been very nice, because you can, you know, go up or down. I mean, if you go up or down, you go up or down a level. So if you're in this and you do Alt up, you'll go up to the level of where that directory lives. Let's see the other things. Okay, so now I'm going to go into and reboot my machine into the RTG mode. So I just want to show you this one to give you an idea that if you have a low-end machine, again, you can you know, have less resources. And if you wanted to even have less resources in the WB startup directory, you have assign wedge, async workbench, def icons, raw, IB info, menu tools, and auto arrange icons. You know, if you have a low-end machine, you can, you know, move the def icons and raw RA reaction, basically reaction and workbench info outside. So yeah, I'm gonna reboot, and then we can go into the RTG. So I'm running actually a ZZ9000 card on this computer. So it has basically a flicker fixer and the RTG. I'm using the latest P96 software. So what I've done is I actually have a USB as well. So I do get this message from MUI. You know, after 3.8, they had this like a stack check. I just can do continue, never, you know, just continue. Okay, and then so I have kind of I kind of made my desktop kind of clean. I have a lot of partitions, but that's one of the features actually of that was there in 3.9 as well, and is here too in 3.2. So we can go into that preferences. So if you go into the Workbench preferences, you can hide volumes. You know, if you have a lot of partitions and stuff. The other thing that's also nice is that you know, you can, you know, we have a lot of the features that were there, I think, in 3.9 and especially in 4.1. You know, of adding like information to the title bar, so you can add there. You can change the way the icons are being displayed. So that's really nice there. So now I want to go into the shell just a little bit. So do a new shell. If the shell has lots of new features that are really nice. So one thing is there's now a Iconify gadget up here. So you can have the shell open up a console window or shell without that if you prefer. That's just one of the parameters that you can add into the new shell command. So one of the things that's nice is that you can actually drag a folder or directory into the shell, and of course, you hit enter, you can change to that directory. So that's a really, drag and drop stuff is always awesome. So this is one of the features I really like a lot. The other one is tab completion. So they've added, let's say, you don't know what the command is for have roadshow. So let's say I don't know what the full command is for show net status. So I can type show, hit the tab, and it should come up with. It may be that I need to go into the directory to. Okay, so now this show. It should. Thinking. Okay. Let's see. Let me relaunch the shell actually and see if it should just come up actually if you hit tab. So.
Wouldn't be a live demo if it worked.
Yep. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, there we go. I don't know why it was. So if you go into CD to C. Okay, and show. Yeah, so I'm having a little bit of trouble there because it completed it now, but it should complete the, or come up with options to let you know what are the options to complete the command line. So there are going to be some improvements in this for the next update to 3.2. The other thing that's kind of nice is they have a variable in shell is called viewer that will recognize data types. So you can let's say go into a directory like let's go into presets. Let's just go to this. We go into let's say backdrops. Okay, and if you in order for this to work though, you have to have the executable bit not there. But if you let's say just type in just this picture here. It'll load up multi-view. You don't have to type in multi-view, and it'll just load it up like this. So that's actually a really nice thing. It's just kind of a shortcut, right? You don't have to worry about. And if you have a different viewer that you want, you can always change that to whatever you want this to be. So now this, when you install 3.2, it'll probably keep your shell startup file. But if you don't have a shell startup file there, it'll create one that's it has some suggestions in there of things. So if I'll show you that right here. So we go text edit, shell startup. Okay, and this actually introduces also the new editor text edit, which is there in 3.2. It's a very it's a reaction-based editor, but it has a lot of nice features in terms of being tab-based. You can have multiple open documents. Before we go there, let me just go through the shell startup script. So these are suggestions. When you start up your shell, you can set different variables. Let's say you want to increase your stack size. Anyways, they have a lot of documentation in here about how to set up different things. And if you want to have your prompt shown differently, they're also documenting how you can add italics, boldface, and such to the prompt. So in this new editor that we got for 3.2, they have a way to determine your file type if you're in C or AREX, and each one of these has options to like what kind of highlighting and do you want to have indentation and everything. So right now we're doing the shell script. So if I wanted to change, let's say all the comments to be blue, I can select that, and then everything changes to blue here. So it's okay. Then the other so if you do the other thing too, if you drag let's say some new file in here. Let's go into maybe clipboards. We can drag this, and you can see that it'll add another tab automatically for you. So if you have, let's see, an Amiga guide, there's some text there. If you want to do new, it'll add a blank one for you, and then you can go back and go in between all of these. So that's the new editor, text editor. It lives in, I'm always gets confused between system and tools and utilities, but it's going to live in one of these directories. Here it is in tools. So tools has text edited. There's been improvements for show config. It now will come up with a GUI, and we'll show you your memory and the expansion cards that you have, and some basic things about your system up here, about your processor, your ROM version, exact version. Now, if you have, so one thing that's not there in 3.2 is like this unarc, which I used quite a bit. This is from 3.9, so you can use anything that's been made for 3.9 that's like reaction-based that I've tried so far has been working on 3.2. They've made a lot of improvements in those reaction classes. I believe they were taken from OS4, but there's been a lot of changes and bug fixes on top of that. Anyways, this still works. This is from 3.9. Now the other things are a lot of changes in the preferences. So one of the things that you might notice is that the scroll bar on the bottom is not very thin. I mean, in 3.1, we didn't have any flexibility here to change the look of some of these scroll bars and stuff. 3.9, I think we had a 1-to-1 ratio kind of patch, but now we have a lot more control actually over that in the eye control settings. So I just popped up eye control, and you can pick between any of these different options, and so we can try this. We can just say do that and use it. Okay, and when you do changes in the prefs, if there is something that's open that needs to be closed for Workbench to reset, it'll tell you, you know, the open program. So right now I have the Amiga shell open. So I can close that and do a it'll automatically retry, and now you'll be back into what this would be looking like on you know, 3.1. Now there are some programs like like DMusic is one of them that doesn't really like this change. So if I were to well, first I'll load up DMusic here. So this is Deluxe Music. You can see down here, this is the bar, using the legacy look. If I were to, I'm going to quit out of that. If I were to change that to, let's see, where's the back, this one. Let's say, right now I have an exceptions list. So if you don't want certain programs to use these appearance settings, you can put it on this exception list. So I have DMusic there. If I were to remove that, okay, and then use that, and actually I gotta go back to, also to go back to the, let's say 1 by 1, okay, so I'll use that. Let the Workbench go back. Oh. That, okay. So I think we need to actually refresh on the, yeah, the HDMI output. You have to refresh it. Yeah, I'm going between actually the RTG. Yeah. So, so what I did just right now is I changed. Okay, I went back to one by one ratio for the window borders, right? And I've also removed Deluxe Music from the exception list. So now, if I were to launch Deluxe Music now, you can see this is what it's going to look like. So Deluxe Music does not like, you know, having. I mean, it looks kind of ugly down here, basically. So if certain programs don't behave nicely, then you can, you know, do that exception list and still get things to look good, you know. So. Oh. Yeah, so I'm switching again. I'm switching between. Yeah, so you can see it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so you can see down here. This is where the 1-to-1 ratio is added. I mean, it's still usable. I mean, you can still work this way, but it doesn't look too nice. So. Yeah, so I went back to the RTG, and so, yeah, right. Okay, there we go. Okay, the other thing that's been added, actually, is a feature so that the pointer can have other images besides just a weight pointer and the normal pointer like this. So one thing that's is enabled, actually, is in eye control, too, I suppose. So it's actually in... Here, let's see, I think, is it in this? Oh yeah, pointer depends, okay, so I think this is the, oh, okay, it's frozen, yeah. So there are options about resizing window on all sides. You can turn that on, and this, okay, I think there was a message saying that only new windows, so I have to probably, but yeah, so you can now size in all corners of the window, and you get a nice little image of a sizable, you know, image of the mouse pointer. So there are actually a lot of images that are now available for the mouse pointer, and it's really up to, I think, developers to use these for their programs. But they have lots of different images on here. That I think there's 40 images on this the pointer prefs, so you can use any of these pointers in your programs. Okay. So we also have the reaction prefs right here. Let's see if it's okay. There we go. So this is you know, so everything that's reaction based has preferences, and you can also see the preview of any changes that you do up here. So if I were to, you know, it's like real time. So if I go to thin, thick, the preview box will show everything that you're doing here. If you want 3D scroll bar, so all these things are changeable. So there are some things that might be hidden for some people, which I had not realized for some time. In the font editor, there are some new besides having let's see, I think it's only on the workbench icon. Yeah, so you have these different modes. I think before we only had text and field, but now we have text and shadow and text and outline. So there are some more configurations. Actually, I think I saw some other people using this here at the show. So this is really nice. So we got ASL requester. There's some, you know, basic things here that you can change on how things are being sorted and everything by default for ASL. One thing that's now included is in the data types, we have a full. Actually, I probably need to go to my the devs area. There's a lot of data types now included in 3.2, so you can open up a CDXL files, GIF, PNG, JPEG, some forms of AFF and WAV, and even icons. So that's a nice added feature for 3.2 there. Yes, so are there any questions or? Because I'm probably getting close to, yeah, I'm getting close to the 2 o'clock, so I just want to make sure that I'm. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Right. Yeah. So not 3.2 directly. I know there's like was it Birdie program or something, or there's some other programs that kind of patches the system to do that. But yeah, not in 3.2 directly. No. Yeah. But those are kind of. I mean, I personally kind of. Don't really want to patch my system in that way because it can cause other artifacts, but there's options there. Just a few other things would be, of course, we got reaction-based info here. That's kind of back now that we have the reaction classes. Oh yeah, there is. Okay, actually, now I'm just remembering. I forgot one really nice feature, and that's the ADFs. That actually is like one of the main things that I've liked about 3.2, and I wanted to make sure I actually show that. I almost forgot about showing this one. So, 3.2 will automatically mount ADFs. So this is an ADF that I just double clicked it and it mounted like a floppy disk. So all the controls is basically, I mean, there's a DOS program called DA control that will allow you to mount and eject ADFs. One thing that's not included in 3.2 is like an easy way to eject, but there has been a couple of implementations on AmiNet that people have done. One was like an ARIC script. So I do have a tool item that says eject ADF, and it'll just remove it from my workbench. So there's also, I think somebody wrote it in Amos, I believe, or is it Amos, or I believe it was Amos. Anyways, there's no implementation of that same kind of thing where you can eject the ADF image. So if you go into another shell and the shell command is DA control, and there's a slew of options. So these are all the options, and of course, if you don't know what the options are, you can always do help and go into the command reference, and it'll have all the details in there about like DA control. Is there any other questions that?
Any other questions for Brian? Going once? Going twice? Okay. Thank you, Brian.
Yep.
It's an excellent 3.2 overview. You can also get a lot of data on YouTube. George from earlier, Walkero, has what 12 parts now, where he's like dissecting each piece and.
Yeah, there's a lot of things on the net about 3.2. So it definitely
Yeah, so it's definitely a great resource. I need about a minute to run the HDMI cable from that side table to this table to get the splitter going, so we have the audio, the video in all our places. Excuse me, 1 second. Let me cut to my other camera here, so that while I'm ripping this all apart. So big round of applause for Brian. Thank you. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yes, sir.
I need this, and I need this, or wherever that's going from. That's going to you, and I need this one.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one actually.
Okay.
Okay, let me turn
That
this
should be
off
for
here.
now.
Yeah, actually, one cable is.
Oops. This one? The one from the monitor? Yeah. There you go. It's an HDMI cable. I'm sure we can find other HDMI cables if we need to.
There is another question in the chat here.
Oh, great.
It's Peter Erickson. If you don't mind kind of repeating the question before you answer it, because I can't hear me talking. Browsing the various Amiga forums reveals that quite a lot of the classic users still remain on 3.9, which can be considered a dead brand. What would you say to these people to encourage them to upgrade to 3.2? That's from Peter Erickson.
Yeah, so if you're on 3.9 and you haven't upgraded to 3.2,
I'm going to take your HDMI.
one thing is there's 3.9 is not being developed anymore. So if you want any bug fixes and stuff like that, it's not going to happen. And you do have all the reaction classes that have lots of improvements over 3.9. One of my best features that I see at 3.2 is, again, the mounting of ADF files. Yeah, so I think those are the main things there. So yeah, I would go to 3.2 just to be able to have that continuous support, and knowing that you're going to be getting fixes later on of any issues. Oh, okay, yeah. So the question was, if you're on 3.9, what would be the reason for me to go to 3.2? So. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that, right, so the question is, if you want to go from or I guess, if you had 3.1.4 with 3.9 there, is there an easy way to upgrade to 3.2 and keep all the 3.9 stuff in there? I am not aware of any scripts to do that presently. So, yeah, personally, I don't think you really need to have 3.9. If you really want to run some of the reaction-based things that are there in 3.9, like the AmiDoc maybe or something like that, you can just install that component on top of 3.2. And it should, I mean, I haven't actually tried it myself, but it should run. So. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's true. I mean, and some of the stuff you can, get an AmiNet too, right? I mean, but yeah, that's true. That's a good feedback, yeah. 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 Yeah, that's definitely a good feedback there, yeah.
Okay, we're ready to switch over. We're just going to do a quick audio test with the OS4 system here. I had to swap out my video capture device to handle the different resolutions that were coming at it. We're just going to test the audio while we're getting set up. Should not be loud. Is it playing? I'd say that's working. Is that proprietary content or was that open source? It was short enough. YouTube's not going to find you. Well, YouTube might shut you down because they know you. Okay, so I think we're going to go into the Amiga OS4 A1222 demo. Yeah, you just said it over there. It's good. A1222 demo by Mr. LD over here. Do you need any kind of introduction?
Well, I mean, yes, don't we all, deep down, you know?
I don't know what that is. Dude! No, you don't understand. They'll kill everything if you play any content. Yeah, and if it happens, you have to tell someone at YouTube, and that's hard, so. Anywho, okay, let's get your microphone on. Let's see if you're good. Where'd the little box go? Right here. Make it green. Top, one press. Okay, talk.
Test, test.
Oh, man, that's pretty good out of the box.
That's pretty hot, actually.
I got it. Just you talk, I got it.
Okay, how about that? Better?
Just keep going. Do your thing.
Okay, everybody, so my name's LD Stevens. I'm a beta tester for Aeon and Hyperion, and hopefully I will continue to be a beta tester after this afternoon. I did get permission from Trevor and Matthew to show you all some stuff here with the current state of the Tabor, and it's been a topic that's been going on forever because it seems like we've been waiting forever for this thing, and let me just show you all what we're talking about here. It's just a next generation Amiga. It's like an X5000 or 1000 or a SAM 460. There's nothing really magical about it except that it's small. It's a mini ITX board. This is a Velka 3 case I've got in it. It's less than 4 liters. And it's got the motherboard, it's got an SSD, it's got the power supply, and it's got a Radeon RX 570. So that's a lot of kit in a really small package. And the beauty of the Tabor, hopefully, is that it's also going to be cheap, right? I've seen a bunch of numbers bandied about. Trevor had a few things. I'm not going to quote them here because I don't know what the official pricing is going to be. But my understanding is that it should be less expensive than even a Vampire standalone. So it's going to be a very cost-effective introductory machine into the next generation world for folks. So the key question is, that sounds great, but what is the user experience really going to be like? And that's a little tricky because right now the software is still very, 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 very beta in some areas, and in some areas it's very, very solid. And I'll walk you all through what that looks like right now. So what it's running on right now is the processor is a 1.2 gigahertz P1022, and it's a little funky because it doesn't have a traditional floating point unit, which I think most people know about, and we'll talk about where that really affects you and where it doesn't. It has a single PCIe by 16 mechanical connector, but just because the connector is by 16, electrically it's really by 4. So if you're expecting like huge bandwidth through there, you're not going to get that. But that's okay because the truth is that we can't soak up that interface sufficiently anyway, so it's fine. It has an onboard memory controller as a kind of a backup if you wanted to, but it doesn't have 3D acceleration or 2D acceleration, so I wouldn't really use it except in a pinch. But it does work, and it's fully supported. And that's the other thing, too, I wanted to mention, which is that for those of you who went through the experience of the X1000 and X5000, when this thing ships, everything's going to be supported, right? And everything's supported right now. We have audio working, we have Ethernet working, a treat, we have the onboard video working. So everything works. There's none of this, well, wait and it'll get there. It's all working. And that's actually why I wanted to show the audio here a few seconds ago, was because folks were concerned that we didn't have working audio. We have working audio. It works a treat. It's great. You can run Amiga Amp or TuneNet or just about anything you like, and everything works perfectly fine. So let's talk about actual performance. One of the neat things, oh, and by the way, can I just point out, what you're seeing here is just Amiga OS 4. But for those of the people on the forums who know everything and told you all about Aeon System V54 and right, it's all the end of the world, that System 54. It's just Amiga OS 4. That's all it is. You don't have to install the distro. You can install whatever part of the software that you like, and you can leave out the stuff that you don't like. It's just like Enhancer was before. So there's really no need for everybody to get upset. No one's going to touch the operating system. It's all the same. And you can pick and choose what you like. It's fine. One of the things that I've got on here, though, is the brand new DV player. Wait, nope, that's Emotion. I've got that too, and that works. But I wanted to show DV player specifically because there's been a lot of work on it. And I wanted to show you all some of the video capabilities of this little tiny little box. Where is it? And show you the difference between accelerated video and non-accelerated video. So I don't know, who here is a big fan of David Attenborough and all the BBC Nations? But yes, you see, everyone's children loves it. It's wonderful. Big fan myself. I've got pretty much everything he's ever done on the X5000.
Is that copyrighted?
Possibly. I'll make it less than 10 seconds. I really will. Okay? It'll be fine.
You sure?
Yeah. You keep an eye on the watch. It'll be fine. Okay. What I wanted to do was, all right. First off, I'm going to show you all 2 videos. It's exactly the same. It's the beginning of it's the first episode in Blue Planet 2. If you haven't watched it with your children, please do so. The first one is 720p. It's not 1080p, but it's 720p. But it uses a codec that we don't have acceleration for, all right, which is H.265. Okay, I'm going to show you this, and you can see it sort of, it's not the smoothest, okay? You could watch this if you were, say, having a stroke. You wouldn't really know the difference, but it's not something that you'd want to do, okay? Now watch this. I'm going to go from a 720p video to a 1080p video, and the only difference is that the codec is instead of being H.265 is H.264, which is a supported codec. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to skip ahead here a little bit. It gets a second to cache up. Hopefully not crash. And there you go. Smooth as silk. No dropped frames. It's all good. All right, and that's 1080p. So this tiny little machine that's using a processor that's designed for a router, basically, can do full HD video, no problem, thanks to video acceleration. So we've got the Radeon RX card on here, and it uses the VA library from Aon that's included in System V54, which apparently is the end of the world. When you buy the end of the world, you'll have this capability with you, and you'll also soon be able to have it on Radeon HD cards as well. Okay? And by the way, this is going to be kind of a theme throughout the Tabor experience, which is that software that is optimized runs great. Software that isn't optimized depends. Okay? For most things that you're going to run into, the floating point emulation stuff isn't going to bother you. You'll never notice the difference. I mean, even with stuff that does use floating point calculations. I mean, I'll go over to Digital Universe, for example, right? And for me, this is absolutely key. I will not buy an Amiga if it doesn't run Digital Universe. This is like the main reason why I got into Amiga computing in the first place. And it draws very quickly. You wouldn't even notice the difference here. In the fact that all the floating point calculations are being caught and interpreted and so forth. It runs really, really fast. So for that part, it works great. And it's not just things like Digital Universe. I mean, I can even pull up, actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's go a little crazy here. Let's do this. Let's go full bore and let's do the Mandelbrot set. Now, guys, this is not optimized for Tabor, okay? And it's not blindingly fast. But this is with an emulation. Now, as soon as we have the opportunity to generate... Did I do that?
Yes, somehow.
Okay.
Oh, it's the application. When it finishes rendering, it does the applause.
Oh, it does? Oh, okay, right. So with a Tabor optimized version of this, it'll go very quickly. Very, very quickly indeed. And one of the things that you'll notice here is, for the most part, there's really only 2 areas where the FPU is going to hurt you. That's going to be with 3D rendering and with some games. So let me talk a little bit about that. By the way, Blender works just fine. In fact, you can use it, and I have done, where was it, in graphics? As a video editor, okay? I would not necessarily use it to render 3D scenes. So somebody actually asked for a benchmark, and they wanted us to see what it would look like if you use the standard image that people use to compare systems. So I actually downloaded it. Where did I put it? Yep, we'll do this. And you can open it up and you can manipulate it and you can do all sorts of fun things with it, and it works perfectly fine. However, to get the actual scene rendered and to tell you all how long it would normally take, we can kick it off now if you'd like, but I don't know the exact time until about Tuesday. 3D rendering is not going to be fun on Tabor unless you have optimized code for the SPE on the processors. That is just the end of it. And I know that it would be great if that wasn't the case, but the bottom line is that, you know, even with load time emulation, it's not perfect. So what is the difference between where we have code that is calling floating point instructions a lot versus the table optimized stuff? So let's actually take a look at some games here. And one of the games that I am a big fan of is Arkanoid. And the favorite one that we have is from Daniel Missner, which is Voxelnoid. And this is pretty cool because it uses 3D and it looks good, right? But I want you to notice here, even in the intro scene, you see how it's kind of skipping frames and so forth? And it's really sluggish, right? So it'll eventually load here. Okay, and it's, you know, okay. I can click here and I can try and play it. Okay. Yes. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay? So you can see as I'm moving this around, this is really almost to the point that it's not playable. Okay? So you know what? Let's put this guy out of his misery. And say bye-bye. Okay? That is Voxelnoid as it exists today when you download it and play it. It is floating point intensive and it uses 3D. That was not fun. Now, a simple recompile gets us this. It's okay. Apparently I must have killed the audio thread, but we'll gloss over that. Okay, do you already see the difference? Yeah. Right? This is now no longer, oh my God, this is terrible. This is, wow, this looks like on my X5000. And it is completely playable and it's a lot of fun. And, you know, oh, wait, hold on. Anyway, the bottom line is that that's the difference. When we get developers to go ahead and recompile stuff for Tabor, if it uses a lot of floating point action, you'll never notice the difference. Okay, that's good. So I thought that was a really good demonstration of the reality of this, of gaming on the Tabor right now, which is that if it uses floating point instructions and floating point math, God, heaven, my head is so fat that this doesn't fit. I'm really sorry. So if it uses a lot of floating point mathematics, you're going to want to recompile. Some of the things aren't too bad, but it's still not great. So for example, let me give you another, I go to like Foo Billiard, right? So we'll let him go on here. By the way, I don't know if you're all noticing, we're playing 3D games here with Radeon RX. And the way that we're doing that is through a new technology called Nova Bridge. Hans de Ruyter was mentioning it in the previous demonstration. Did this thing freeze on me? Looks like it. No, give it some time. It's alive, I think, maybe. It's not dead yet. It's not dead. It's pining for the fjords. There we go. All right, so as you can see here, it's a little pokey, all right, but you can still play it just fine, all right? This is not optimized for Tabor in any way, shape, or form. This is just out of the box, mini GL, nothing exciting. So you can play this stuff, it depends on the game. Some things you're not gonna wanna be able to, some things you will not be able to do. So for example, Quake 3, that's too slow to play, all right? But other games, perfectly fine that are 3D. Even some older ones like Free Space, they work really, really well. I'm not going to go through all that. Gorky works, Hunnison works, all this stuff for the most part pretty much just works. And somebody wanted to see Spencer. So this is a 3D game and it uses Warp 3D Nova and this is all full resolution. Now one of the things that has not yet been done is really optimizing the SATA driver. So one of the things that you'll notice, for example, when we were loading up Foo Billiards, how it kind of took a while. So some of these games have a lot of tiny little files that are loading things up or really large textures into the graphics card. It takes a while to load. It eventually does load. even though you're sitting there thinking, okay, I'm not sure why. But this should eventually get optimized and fixed. Right. So he works just fine. I want to go to the first one.
While we're waiting for that, someone.
Do they have a question?
Yeah, because he keeps talking about SP and FPU. Someone asked on the channel, can you add an FPU via PCIe?
No.
Actually, kind of.
No.
In that, a lot of FPU functions are actually better on GPU, and you put a GPU on that slot.
Well, yeah,
and as
that's-
it gets optimized, you can run there.
Well, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, all this stuff right now, the reason why
Yeah.
this is all on the, can I jump? Yeah. So this is all full HD, 3D. I just died. What am I supposed to, how do I, okay, so is the goal here to kill those things or to get to die? Okay, well in that case I'm brilliant. Alright, so in any case, thanks. So in any case, Spencer works great, a lot of the 3D games work great. It just takes a little bit while to load right now. The audio works really well too, that's thanks to Lyle Hazelwood. I literally just threw on a new driver from him a couple of days ago that had DMA support. Is it showing? Okay, there we go. How do I click this thing?
There's a.
Oh, that worked.
Yeah, there's also a red button you can jump on.
Okay. So Tower 57 works great, Wings, Battlefield works great. There was somebody that asked about this guy right here, which is the Battle for Westnoff. It doesn't work. And I have not been able to figure out why yet. So I do want you all to understand that I am investigating a whole host of issues with some of these things. Anytime something doesn't work, we're trying to drill down and find out why. So I can't promise you that we'll find the bug by the time this thing ships. We certainly hope to, because Battle for Westnoff is great. And it's really frustrating because I don't know what the problem is. I really don't. But most of the stuff works really, really well. And the games that I tend to like, though, are mostly puzzle games. Like BOH, and I love Hennessy, and those work just a treat. And even the games that you think you don't want to run, like Barony, for example, okay, it will load and it will run at about a frame per second. So we should have some really good guidelines on works really well. Games in 3D are probably the only area where things don't work as great as we'd like, but everything else works really, really terrific, including 68K emulation. So let's do some ImageFX. Everybody likes ImageFX. So we can load up, let's load up a really big old file here. I got some really nice photos from the family. Those aren't big enough. Let's load something big. Yeah, here we go, 8.5 meg PNG. That should choke it. This is all 68K emulation, understand?
With the JIT.
Huh? With the JIT, yeah. But this is a really big image. This is 4560 by 3648, and it's a PNG file, and this is ImageFX. So, not too shabby at all. And zoom and all the other functions work well, and the scroll works well, and it's pretty crisp. Obviously the PowerPC native software is going to run much faster. So these files get loaded up, instantaneously in something like Warp View. There's some photos. You guys want to see some secret stuff? Here. Yeah. There you go. So these are really, some of these are some really big files, and they just come up, instantly.
This is being broadcast to the internet.
Oh God. By the way, my name is Joseph Smith, and so it works great. And a lot of even the old classic stuff works really great. Max and CAD works fine. Cycus, FX Paint works terrific, and at least it normally does. Oh, because it's trying to use rewarp. I forgot to turn that off. Guys, rewarp does not work. Do you all want to see Warp OS stuff? I can turn off that library and show you all again. If you don't care, I'll just move on.
I don't think people care right
Okay. So yeah, that's not the fault of Tabor. That's because I've got a version of Rewarp that's a little borked. Okay, so here's sketch block. And this, of course, uses quite a bit of floating point instructions here to do its fun stuff. But, you know, it works. We even use this at the house to do things with the tablet, the pressure-sensitive tablet. Yep, it's pretty cool, and let's drop down the opacity a little bit here and change colors, and so, wait, what did I do wrong here? Oh no! I've done something wrong. Okay, I made a mistake. Anyway, the bottom line is that it works fine, as you can see. I'm just not a very good artist. That's probably what I did. Is it here? We can try and see. I mean, it should work fine if it's the same. Because we want it if the house works. Let's see here. Let's say hi to the guys on IRC real quick. By the way, the Ethernet driver here is really, really fast. It takes advantage of the onboard DPA engine, and you can get some really cracking file transfer numbers. It's really nice. Let's see if we can. There's an AmiWest channel, right? Mm-hmm. So we got IRC going here. Let's see the latest stuff from the news groups. Does anybody still use News Coaster? Robert, do you use it on your Amiga? But you still post on the Usenet groups on occasion, announcements for your user group stuff. So, oh, what is that? Oh, I don't have enough USB ports right now. I need to get a splitter. We can do that afterwards. So while that's going, we'll keep going here. All the web browsers work great. People were very curious to see what it's like running the web browser on here. And for the most part, it works really, really well. I'm going to go ahead and abort this because this is going to take too long. Yep. So there you go. There's your Usenet. Yes, I do want to quit. Let's go to Amiga World. Let's discover the end of the world here. This is usually where it's announced. Yep, here we go. Ooh, I love this thread. This one's the Is It Game Over for OS4. They've been debating processor architectures for the past 2 months. This thing's comedy gold, man. So yeah, so the scrolling works fine. It is not going to be as fluid as a web browsing experience on, say, an X5000 or obviously a PC, but it is a darn sight faster than my SAM. And I'd also argue that it's a lot more stable. I mean, one of the things, I don't know if you all noticed here, but for example, we had that crash in the rewarp library, and the audio thread died or whatever else, and you'll notice that everything is still running here. I didn't die and choke, and now that I've said that, it probably will happen. But all this stuff, yeah, all this stuff works. The Twitter client, even this guy right here, the Dizzy torrent, which is where I got which is where you could get materials to watch with DV Player.
But not play them on YouTube.
No, I'm not going to. But the point is that it works a treat, and this is actually a 68K program. It's not even OS4 native. It works great. All this stuff does. Let's see some of the other stuff here. By the way, can I just do a quick plug for Andy Broad's A Organizer? This is actually really, really cool stuff. He has the ability here, you can actually sync up with Google Calendar. So there's some really neat integration techniques here. And I think that's available for purchase on AmiStore. And AmiStore also works on this, obviously. And we've got spreadsheets that work great. This is Ignition. And this is actually a native one. Just the other day, I was trying to calculate the mentions of OS4 programs in Amiga Future, because it felt to me like a lot of that content was starting to go away, and I wanted to be able to demonstrate that in data. Yeah, I'm a pretty boring guy. You probably don't want to invite me around for dinner. But even some of this classic stuff. Let me just, now this is going to be interesting. I'm going to see if we need to reset when I do this.
Sure.
Because this is going to use an old screen mode. Let's see, did it come up?
Yeah, you're still good.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is actually the contents of the inventory over at SoftHut. Right? So I used final data to do a lot of this stuff. We had all these bins, and I was going through it. And you know, it's a shame they never actually put all that stuff up on eBay, because they have some really great stuff. Anyway, so that works fine. I don't know what you guys want to really see here. It's just an OS4 box. That's the point. But it's an OS4 box that is stable, that has all the functionality to it, that you can fit into a Pelican case and carry with you on the train or on an airplane. And it's going to be the cheapest next generation Amiga, I think, since they had the very, very early SAM 440 boards. So, yeah, this stuff works really, really well. Really well. I'd be interested in taking some requests. Does anybody want to see anything in particular? Or have any questions?
Pixie?
Ooh, oh yeah. Okay, so I did try Pixie on here.
Pixley, how do you say it?
The new image editor based on Hollywood.
Yeah.
So I did try that. Unfortunately, there was a bug where it dies with like a fatal DSI. I don't know if that was Pixie itself or whether it's the table. I can only say that it did exactly the same thing on my X5000.
Yeah.
So it could be something with my Hollywood installation. But since we're talking Hollywood, by the way, guys, if you haven't gotten the latest version of Hollywood Designer, it is awesome. And as a matter of fact, I believe you used it for some of the titling stuff, right?
Yeah, it's amazing.
So there you go. You guys can see this, right? Yeah, and everything is very quick here on the table, just like everything else. Works great. No problems, no compatibility issues, nothing.
Yeah, so the Pixley, P-I-X-Y issue
Is it an L sound?
Pixel?
Whatever.
Pixel?
Something.
I can't pronounce it.
Yeah.
Phenomenal application, ran in Hollywood for OS4, but the issue with it is the beta testers. There's something going on, it's just something with the newer version of the operating system. There's a problem with the newer version of the operating system. So it works fine on, Michael launched his, it worked great. But Val's got the problem, I've got it, you've got it, so we need to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, because it could be a really powerful program.
Oh
I'm
my God.
hugely excited about it when it got launched. So everyone remembers Draw Studio? Yes. So, see, I'm getting all excited over here because I can just play with things.
Yes, everybody remembers Draw Studio, LD.
They do. Anyway, how do I get Draw Studio? Well, you have to buy it. No. If you're interested in finding Draw, so a lot of the programs that I have on here, some of them admittedly came from TOSEC. I do try the best I can to locate older programs, copies of them either on eBay or through the forums or through individuals, and SAC is a great resource. If you can't find a copy, typically what I'll do is I will use the version from TOSEC and then keep looking, and then once I'm able to purchase a copy from somebody, I do so. I mean, I know that sounds a little strange because the people who sold the software originally are long since gone, but I don't know, it just doesn't seem quite right. Anyway, so I don't know what else you guys want to see, but the bottom line is that everything works really, really well. The only two areas where there still needs to be a lot of work done is some of the 3D software, and I think we'll be able to figure out what's going on here. So half of that stuff, I think, is actually related to Nova Bridge and Radeon RX and not necessarily the Tabor itself, if I'm honest, because if I go take a look at some of my notes, let's go down here to the bad bucket, right? And if I go take a look through a lot of these things, it's things like it can't open the GL context. Something really, really, really basic. It's not like a crash. It's a setup thing. So I think that might be a Nova Bridge issue and not necessarily something with Tabor. So these are the games so far that we currently have issues with. About a quarter of them work fine, but they're just really slow. But 3/4 of them we get issues with, and I want to see if I can't get that list down as close to 0 as possible by the time this thing ships. But On the other hand, we've got tons of great stuff that works beautifully well, and lots of great productivity software that works really, really great. I'm really hoping that this will be a great experience for somebody who is new to OS 4. I think it will be. I really liked it a lot, and I have an X5000, and I have to say that I use this probably, if not twice as much as the 5000, pretty close to it, because I can take this with me to and from the office so easily, and I do. And it's a real treat, and I really, really like it. All I can say is that I really hope that once Trevor and Matthew and A-Cube are able to find somebody to go ahead and do the production runs for the new boards, that they pull the lead out and get this thing out in the marketplace, because I think you guys are really, really going to like it. If we can just fix a couple of these little niggling bugs that we've identified, it's going to be a really terrific experience. I hope. I really do.
Are you ready for questions?
Absolutely.
Okay, so a couple questions coming through the internet. Before the start, do you have ME Signets installed?
I do.
Do you want to fire up one of those guys? So for those of you who are unfamiliar with OS 4.
I can't.
Okay.
I can, but it's going to crash. And the reason that it's going to crash is because I have a piece of software on here that is incompatible with AmiSignex.
Okay.
So if you want to give me like 5-10 minutes to redo some environment variables, I can show you, but...
No, that's cool.
So as far as AmiSignex performance is concerned, I think that's really what they're getting at, is how does it work? It works okay. It works okay. The actual underlying programs themselves, the performance is fine. The only real issue is the occasional redraw. So what I've discovered is if you will run AmiSignex, the programs in an individual window instead of doing it full screen with the full desktop, it runs fine. If you do the full desktop, I don't know, you'll click a user interface element and there'll be a split second before there's an action. It's not that it's unusable by any stretch of the imagination, it's just not fluid. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if you want that, if you reconfigure it to use here. See, the assigns aren't even set up.
Okay. Oh, that's anyway. Yeah. One of the folks online was asking about UAE, the OS 4 version of UAE. Do you have that installed, and can you show it?
I do.
We're rebooting right now.
We are rebooting.
Oh, thank you. We'll switch cameras here.
Yep. So somebody wants to see EUAE?
Yeah, so we'll do some questions while waiting. So Eric again, Peter Erickson asks, you've been using it for a while, LD the A22.
Yes.
Trevor and Steve said yesterday, the OS 4 user base needs to grow. Do you think the A22 will attract the Linux crowd?
No.
Okay.
I don't. And I don't think, I think it's going to be difficult to attract anybody to next-gen Amiga computing or even classic Amiga computing if you didn't already have some tie to the platform. Now I say that actually having been somebody who came to the platform having absolutely no tie to the Amiga until 2010, so it would seem to be backwards. But no, I don't think having this available is going to offer a flood. I do think that it is an absolutely fantastic opportunity for people who used to use the Amiga, or people who currently use 68K Amigas or Amigas under emulation, to get the Amiga experience, but much faster with much more capabilities in terms of graphics, internet connectivity, and modern productivity software.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The next question is, have you heard anything about Hyperion's games like Shogo Mad being recompiled for SPE optimization?
That I haven't heard, but I'm not in the loop on that. I would say that most of Hyperion's games work pretty much out of the box, actually. So, for example, Heretic works. Free Space works great.
Really? I can't get that to run on mine.
Yeah,
we'll talk later.
We can do that now, actually.
Okay. On my X5000.
You're kidding?
No, I haven't spent a lot of time on it. Is this the latest version? Did you buy a new one, or is this the older one?
No, this is the latest version.
Okay, I don't have the latest.
Yep. In fact, I'm actually running it with MiniGL instead of the software thing. But yeah, no, it works fine. Shogo, on the other hand, is a bit of an issue. But that's the problem because rework is not currently compatible with Tabor. So you need that in order for it to work. I think that's right. Or you know what? Didn't they re-release it for OS 1.8?
They did.
So you know what? I haven't tried that.
Yeah, nor have I.
I haven't.
Oh. Sorry, everyone. I'm having too much fun talking to LD over here.
Sorry. So as you can see,
The intro looked great, by the way. I was mesmerized.
Yeah, it works fine.
Good. Very cool.
Yes.
I'll have to work with you on that, too.
Yeah, so this works fine.
The next question, and you kind of answered this, so I'll answer it. Steve Hudson on YouTube says, I hope these new A2 1222s, likes the idea of a low-cost OS4 box. As LD already said, the target price is going to be less than a Vampire standalone. I don't know if that's board or system, box, power supply, but that's a goal. So we'll see which component comes in. Some video cards are more than the Vampire standalone, but you should be able to build it that way. So yeah, they're definitely trying to get it in that $500 plus or minus category. I don't know where it's actually going to land. We don't have that data, but as Trevor said yesterday, the goal is to get it to be very affordable. There's a question here: does OS4 and A1222 use SATA 2 transfers or IDE transfers?
SATA 2.
SATA 2 transfers, so say 300 megabits per second versus the UDMA 133 megabits per second. So it is SATA 2. It's using the vSATA driver that Steve released, although I think it does need some optimizations or something. And to be fair, they're still trying to figure out who's going to build the board, so it's going to take a little bit of time before that happens. Next question. That's more of a comment to someone else. What about ScumVM? Have you explored that at all?
I haven't actually. I haven't. That's one of the things I have not yet done. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I
I just put that on the list because there's a lot of games, tons of games that run in ScumVM. So I'll put that on my list to do.
There's actually there's even additional third-party content outside of the big names. Peter comes back with recently the OS3 branch has seen a lot of improvements. Are those changes introduced? 3.2 also merged into Forward 1, ensuring parity with the A1222.
So again, on that front, I can't really comment about Hyperion software that hasn't come out yet. I only got permission from Aon, so I can't.
I would say I think that is going to happen.
The best way let me put it to you this way: I can repeat what has been said publicly, and what we know. Most of the usability improvements in OS 3.2 actually came from OS 4.
Right.
So a lot of the stuff that was improved for people who use OS 3 came from this. As far as compatibility and backporting, it has been mentioned publicly that the developers are interested in doing that. Whether or not that happens to get done, I don't really know. I can't really point to anything in 3.2 that we would want in OS 4 per se that is a significant improvement on what we already have, with the possible exception of like printer.device got a lot of love in this release. So I'd like to see that because the printing subsystem in OS 4 is pretty stale.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see that. But I don't have any more answers than have been mentioned publicly.
Yeah, a couple other questions coming in. Joe T. I think I know who that is. Hey, Joe. Is there a list of programs that already work on the A1222?
You mean that's public?
Yes.
No one's published anything, but as you know, being on the beta list, I publish long lists about every 6 months. So when this ships, as a user, I'm not talking for Aon or anybody, just me, LD Stevens, I plan to post that somewhere so that people who purchase one will have a pretty good guide as to what to expect. And at least the games that I've played, for example, where you need to fiddle with things to get a good experience, I'll post that too. Because it'd be a shame for folks to get this out of the box and have to redo all the fiddling that's already been done.
Yeah. Last question is a good one. Imagine 3D run on, does Imagine 3D run on the Tabor? If not, have you tried the non-floating point version? So it's classic software. I don't even know if it runs under OS 4.
I don't know. So I can tell you that, these are the programs right now that I'm still debugging. Cinema 4D does launch. However, there is a redrawn compatibility, and I think I actually know what the problem is there. Lightwave has a problem with screen modes. I think that's related to Radeon RX and the Tabor combined, not necessarily one or the other. Aladdin 4D, I haven't the foggiest idea. I don't know what's going on there. Perfect Paint, the issue there is rewarp again. TV Paint, the issue is the screen modes.
Wait, Perfect Paint 68K or the updated?
What, this one?
I'm sorry, Perfect Paint versus P-Paint, my bad.
Oh, no, no, no. Now,
P-Paint's fine.
personal paint is gorgeous.
Yeah,
this,
that runs great.
this works fantastically.
Yeah.
So I have not tried Imagine 3D. And someone would have to provide me with a copy because, as I recall, Imagine 3D was a commercial product.
David Combs is here. He's got a $5 donation to the club, and you get the DVD or the USB key that has all of the 3D software and all the manuals that he's painstakingly put together.
All right, well, listen, you know what? I'll give that a shot, and we may have an answer by this week.
The table you're sitting at, next to it is him.
Okay.
So you got to talk to other people. You got to get out more. One of the nice things about coming to AmiWest is you never know who you're sitting next to. So that's going to wrap. Any final words, sir? Any questions from people in the room? There are some people here. They're not dead. Anyone dead from COVID? Okay, not yet. Any questions here? No questions. Okay. Any final words, LD?
No, just to say that I've had this thing now for several years. It gets better and better, you know, every few months, and it's a really terrific little Amiga. There are a few bugs. We're working through it, and hopefully once the machine ships, it's going to really be a terrific experience. So if you've been waiting to get your feet wet in the NG scene, then I think you're really going to like this. If you're somebody who only wants to play classic games, maybe look at a Vampire. But if you were a big box Amiga guy, or you were somebody that used Amiga for productivity and drawing and that kind of thing, you're going to love this. So let's just get this thing out the door.
Awesome.
Come on, Trevor.
Okay, so I'm going to cut this over to the camera here for a few minutes. Doug is on deck. What do you need to do the presentation, Doug? Take 5 minutes, maybe 10, hopefully 5. Doug's going to bring his machine over, and then we're going to do the art contest next. And immediately after the art contest, everyone's going to grab one of my bags and take it to the car. I found that packing up the car at AmiWest is an incredibly parallel task. So anyway, and then we'll do the raffle, and then we'll wind down for the AmiWest 2021. Oh, I'm done. I'm like done. It's all broken down. Okay, just bear with us for one more minute as we do a bunch of power work here. As I just said, I gotta take off pretty early this year. Got children at home and whatnot, so I've literally changed over the entire broadcast system during the last break and have most of my stuff packed up already. It's amazing. But we're gonna get this Amiga 1200 rocking and rolling here. Here you are, sir. I was like, did LD use the 9-pin on his machine? What's up with that? Where'd that come from?
So I'll be able to see a display too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your HDMI out is here. And it will take it into this guy, which we can maybe raise up somehow. I'll work on that in a second. Get a little box.
Am I plugged in there?
You should be ready to rock and roll, dude. Should be no issues. I'll mute. Okay, everyone. We're going to get Doug started here in just a minute or two. I'll be right back.
Okay, this is just Douglas, testing 1, 2, 3, making sure audio sounds good.
Can you do me a favor, mute that, and can you bring the little mic?
Hi, this is Douglas, testing 1, 2, 3.
That's hot. That's perfect. You got like a...
This is Doug from 10 Minute Amiga Retrocast, testing the audio.
Let's do it. Okay, AmiWest 2021. We have 2 more presentations. First, we're going to raffle off all of Doug's worldly possessions. Oh, wait, not second. Doug is going to give us the art contest for 21. He's done this in the past. Phenomenal. I love seeing the creativity of the community, the different applications. Really amazing stuff. And then after Doug's done, the raffle is going to happen. So you must not be present. Well, you can be present to watch you not win or win. But it's going to be, we'll broadcast the raffle, and good times will ensue. So, Doug, why don't you take it away, my friend?
And you don't have to worry about waiting a long time. This is 10-minute Amiga Retrocast, and I never, ever go beyond 10 minutes, ever. We set?
Go.
Okay. Hey there, everybody. This is Doug from 10 Minute Amiga Retrocast, coming to you live from AmiWest this year, 2021, and having a great time here. Love catching up with all of my friends and making new friends. Absolutely a wonderful time. And I'll have a little presentation in the next week or so, a recap of AmiWest for everyone who couldn't make it to the show. Today, what I'd like to talk about is my Amiga Art Contest. And I've been hosting that since 2019. When I was thinking about, after I started 10 Minute Amiga Retrocast, I was thinking about how I could get people involved in the community again, like I wanted them to, get them to use their Amigas and use them for something a little more than just video games, which is honestly what a lot of people used them for. Now, we all know the Commodore Amiga was the computer for the creative mind. We've all seen the advertisements for that, and it's absolutely true. So I thought, well, what if we go out there and do a contest like they used to have back in the late 80s and early 90s, like the Badge Killer demo contest and that kind of thing, but have it specifically for Amiga-generated artwork. So what I decided to do was put it out there to the community and look around for someone to help me host the show. I didn't want to just talk for hours on my own by myself. So I was already friends with Pixel Vixen, and a lot of you out there know exactly who she is. She's in Japan now, and she's kind of shifted her focus a little bit away from Amiga and more towards her manga, but she's still heavy in the Amiga community. And she became my full-time co-host for the art contest. 2019, we had a great turnout for the contest. We had a lot of people enter their artwork. We had about 4 or 5 months for people to submit their artwork, and we just got some absolutely beautiful submissions. We had the hand-drawn category, we had the photo category, photo editing category, and we had the 3D rendering category. And by far, always our our most popular category has been hand-drawn in the past. Let me show you a little bit. We're doing the actual Amiga Art Contest 2021 live stream in about 2 weeks. Vicki and I are going to be doing that. But I am going to be previewing some of the 2021 artwork that's been submitted today, and hopefully it's going to knock your socks off. It's just fantastic. But let's take a look back at some of the work that people have done in the past. And let's take a look at the hand-drawn category. And I think you might even recognize some of this. I think right now, most of you can guess who did this before you even read the signature at the bottom of the screen. Eric Schwartz has been an entrant into the art contest since it first came out, and we all know and love his work. I mean, he did Amy the Squirrel back in the day. He did a lot of the artwork for Super Frog back in the day. He was just a well-known fixture in the Amiga community, and it just, it's like meeting one of your idols. When I got my first submission from Eric, I'm like, oh my goodness, he submitted to my art contest. And it was just fantastic. So he put this together for the art contest, and it really says a lot about the Amiga and the resurgence back into the world. And he's always been big on that. I mean, according to him, the Amiga's been ready for that resurgence back into the world for the past 25 years, but this time we really mean it. Other people who submitted in 2019 that did some fantastic work is Jose, and Jojo073 is the handle he goes by. He does deluxe paint, generally 16 color pictures in 320 by 256 resolution, and he has a YouTube channel. You can find him under Jojo073 on his YouTube channel. And he actually will take you step by step through the creation of these kind of images. I mean, just look at the detail. Look at the detail in the cat. Look at the detail in the moon. I actually printed this up as a 11 by 17 and have it hanging up in the wall of my studio. It shows up in most of the episodes of my shows. Just, the kind of work is just incredible. And this is a good friend of ours. This is Amiga Bill. I think most of you at least know who he is. If you don't, you need to know who Amiga Bill is. Not this Amiga Bill sitting to my left, different Amiga Bill. But he did this. It's a combination of a photograph and then hand-drawn Boing ball, and then using, what did he use on there? Brilliance, I think, to create that shadow, that reflection in the water of the Boing ball. And this is the dawn of the Amiga resurging. I mean, you see a pattern here, the resurgence of the Amiga and the dawn. It's a pretty common pattern. We also went on into the 3D category back in 2019, but we didn't really have many submissions in 2019 for the 3D category. But for the photo category, we did. We had quite a few people, including the winner of our competition. You're going to see a few pictures from this guy. This is Kevin Saunders. He's from Australia. And I don't know if he knows Amiga Cami, who happens to be in the chat right now. She's also from Australia. Two absolutely wonderful Australian Amigans. Now, Kevin did this in extra half-bright mode. I usually uses Brilliance, and this was the actual winner of the photo competition. Vicki and I just looked at this, and we're just the detail, the creativity, the expression, just really, we really enjoyed it. So he wins. We also did, here's another one from Bill. This one is a favorite of many people. Now, Bill is actually a videographer, a professional videographer. He just won another Emmy Award a couple of weeks ago for his work on Hamilton. And he actually took this picture of Iron Mike Tyson, who, by the way, he says is one of the nicest guys he's ever met. Just absolutely loved Tyson. Then he converted it into a 16-color image. This is 16 shades of gray. Took out all the background images and brought out some of the highlights. And it's just really impressive that a 1985 Amiga 1000 can display this image in its sleep. Handles it just fine. Absolutely beautiful. And really shows you what the Amiga can do. Now, of course, there's some guy named Douglas Compton who also happens to be a photographer. This was an AGA picture, but the actual image of Las Vegas here is real. It's converted into AGA, but the actual image is real. That's what it looked like to my naked eye too. It was unbelievable, the colors and the just the vibrancy that came out. And then I went in and put in the dithered background sky there, created that dithered background sky. So this is an example of the kind of thing that we would do in the photo category back in 2019. Let's take a look at, we'll stick with 2019, and we're going to move up to 2020 now. We had some great submissions in 2020 also, and in that year, we also opened up a new category, which was the mod category, which I'm going to play you a little something here in just a minute. But first, under hand-drawn, we got a huge, huge, huge number of submissions in the hand-drawn category in 2020 that really took off. And one of the winners of the category was this handsome character right here, who a lot of us think is a mix between maybe David Bowie and the Joker, but just such an intense image. And again, this is like I think he did this in a 16-color image. Just the fact that you can pull this kind of detail, this kind of quality, and this kind of emotion out of a computer that's 35 years old, and it still can do this kind of imagery today, just, it knocks my socks off, and it knocks a lot of people's socks off. And then we've got the actual winner of last year's art competition. This is Roar Chorum. Sorry, Roar, I messed up your last name again. But this did not end up in the photographic category, because what Roar did, and he showed me how he did it, is he just took a still image. This is, of course, Arnold Schwarzenegger from The Predator. And he took this actual image and he recreated it pixel by pixel on the Amiga in a 32-color low-resolution image, and just absolutely incredible amount of detail. And tell me you can't look at Arnold's eyes and literally see the emotions and the energy and the fear in his eyes. And he just did such an incredible job. He won best of show last year. Let's see, we've got a couple other good ones here. This is from my friend Mixel. He's coming out with a brand new Amiga game. Hopefully it'll be out before the end of the year. And you can find more information about that on Twitter, and I think he's got a YouTube channel too. But he's coming out with a brand new game. This is not an image from the game. We'll take a look at one of those in a few minutes. But again, just the differences in people's ideas of what they can do on the Amiga, creating artwork is just phenomenal. How different is this picture from the picture of the Joker, from the picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger, and all hand-drawn. These are not scans, these are all hand-drawn right on the Amiga. Moving right along, my good friend Jojo created another one, and this is a very Amiga-centric picture. I think he did a great job on this one, and I actually watched him create this on his YouTube stream. It was a couple of weeks before last year's competition, and you watch him, each individual pixel, that dithering that you see, he dithers all of that by hand, one dot at a time. He dithers all of that by hand. He just has such a creative mind and such a creative spirit, and the fact that he does these in either 16 or 32 colors on the Amiga. These aren't even ham images. Unbelievable. Now, moving right along, let's take a look at maybe a few little sneak peeks at hand-drawn images from 2021. Now, I'm not going to do the full 2021 reveals here, but I do want to give you guys a little bit of what's going on here. This one I thought was cool. This one that says out of range on the screen, but I think it's showing up okay on YouTube. Yep. This one I thought was really, really clever, hand-drawn, and just the expressions and the kind of emotion that you get from this, you know, and he's got his I love Commodore Amiga on his tattooed to his fingers. I think I want to do that myself, personally. Okay, maybe not. Here we've got one, and you'll recognize this. Gee whiz, it's another sunrise from Eric Schwartz. And again, the Amiga is seeing the sunrise, and it's coming back to life, as it's been doing for the past 25 years. And Eric, he works on several different machines. He uses a MorphOS machine to do some of his work on. He uses his Amiga 4000 Tower, which is maxed out with an 060 and tons of memory. He's got like 256 or 384 megs of RAM in his tower. But he does all of this kind of stuff right on his Amigas, which I think is really, really impressive. Now, this next one that's for the 2021 competition, this one knocks my socks off. This one, if this isn't in the top 3, I don't know what I'm gonna do. But this is an extra half bright, so a 64 color extra half bright image. You know, obviously this is an android after the apocalypse and us humans are all dead. But I think he's having some regrets, and he's not sure he wants to be our, you know, robotic overlord. He just seems to have some regrets. I also printed this one out on an 8x10 and a 4x6. It prints out beautifully. You can still see the pixelization, which is part of the charm of some of these modes on the Amiga, is being able to see the individual pixels and yet have enough detail and enough color to really, really make an impressive image. Just fantastic. Now, let's move on to, let's look at some photos from 2020 and 2021. This one, I was really impressed with this one. This one was done by Scott Calkins, and you know what? I don't know if Scott is still here in the building today. He may have had to leave on his flight. But this was done on an Amiga 5000, an X5000, and he did it, want to say in image effects. I think he did. This is actually like a 4-color, really, really, really high-resolution image, a photograph that he took, and then rendered it and changed it, and just brought out all this detail. Even though it's only a 4-color image, the fact that it's in such a high resolution just really, really impressed us. What a lovely photo this was from last year. And Amiga Bill is getting a lot of attention here. I hope he's watching the stream. Now, I don't know if you guys are into the Amiga mod scene with the music scene. I'm sure some of you are. But DJ Hoffman has been making Amiga music and other music for years and years now. And he did a record a year or so ago. And it was featured on Neil from Retro Man Cave, formerly Retro Man Cave. But they featured this album, this red album. And so Bill took a picture of it and then modified it, took out a lot of the backgrounds out, and then he had both Neil and Hoffman send him signatures, printed out signatures, and then scan them in and sent them to him, and he superimposed those over the album. So it was just a cool thing and a wonderful thing that the Amiga can do. All right, let's move in right along, and let's take a look at some 2021 photos here. This one is absolutely awesome. And I did not realize until just last week, it was submitted about 2 weeks ago, until just last week, it's a 16 blinkety-blinkin' color image, 16 color. But he did it in such a high resolution mode, also using an Amiga, I believe he had an Amiga 5000 that he did this on, but he did it in such a high resolution that those 16 colors just make it look nearly photographic quality. The detail on her face, I mean, the shards of glass, I mean, how on earth did he do that? Those individual shards of glass with such vibrant detail on it, this is a nice image. And here's another cool thing with the, even though a lot of these images, some of these images were created on the Amiga, like the X5000, on the higher end equipment, they work fine on regular Amigas. They send them to me in PNG files or IFF files or JPEG files, and my trusty Amiga 1000 can display them just beautifully. This one happens to have an MK2 from individual computers, one of Jens' products in here. So it will handle, 320 by 200 all the way up to 1280 by 1024 in full ham 8 resolutions. So when somebody sends me something like maybe a 3000 by 2000 pixel image like this was, what I do is I just take it in and I reduce it down to a format, the highest format that the Amiga 1200 can handle. Like in this case, 1280 by 1024 in 16 colors, and it brings all the details of what he was trying to get across right to us. This one, some guy named Doug did. This one I thought was kind of cool. This is one of my own. This is actually near my home. This is called Agua Caliente. It's a natural hot spring near my home, maybe 30 minutes away. And of course it was a full 15 megapixel picture from my digital camera. But I brought it down to 640 by 480 on my Amiga 1000. This was all done on my Amiga 1000, and I brought it down in 16 color mode. But instead of dithering, like I could have easily added some dithering, so the clouds would maybe dither into the sky a little more and dither, and there'd be more dithering in the reflections in the water. I thought this looks so cool without the dithering, with those sharp banded effects. I just thought, that's a really, really clever image for being a 16 color image. And it even picked up the highlight from the sun, the lens flare. If you look in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the lens flare from the sun. It even picked that up beautifully. I used a combination of art department professional and image effects on this one to get the effects that I was looking for. But that lens flare is real. I didn't add that. And I'm going to save Blondie for later. Okay, this one. This one was from Eric Schwartz. I'd never seen him do one of his photographs before. He's always submitted his hand-drawn or his 3D stuff, but I thought this was really cool. This is apparently Eric's dog, who is a hellhound or something like that, but it was really kind of a cute one, kind of fun. All right, moving right along. We have a new category from just this year. We dabbled in it last year, but we didn't go too far into it. We've created an animation category because, of course, the Amiga was so awesome with creating animations from scratch. Deluxe Paint could do it, and we had so many packages that could handle animation. It was just a natural to add that. This one you may recognize because it was in last year's art contest in the 3D category, and what he did is he generated an animation from his 3D still that he originally created, and he created this awesome three-dimensional butterfly just hovering over a flower over rippling water. And I think that is really, really, really impressive. I think he did a great job with that one. My good friend Kevin Saunders, who I mentioned before, he also submitted an animation. He has a thing for fish, apparently, as you'll see, but this is really impressive. And this is a color cycling animation, which a lot of us dabbled with in the past, but this man, Kevin Saunders, is an absolute master of the color cycling to produce what it looks like an actual multi-frame animation. And just so impressive. So I like it, the fishies. Okay, now let's take a look. Let's see if we've missed anything here. We've got our photos, we've got our animations. 3D. 3D really took off in 2020 for us. And I think we're going to visit one of Eric's again because he's Eric Schwartz and he deserves the recognition. This picture, and he's used these images elsewhere, is a reflection of so many different Amigas. We've got the Amiga 1000 on the left, the CD32 below him, and then his kind of the ringleader in the front, the Amiga 3000, the young lady there. The Junior to the bottom right, an Amiga 600. Then we've got a MorphOS machine to the upper right. Look, we've even got a Raspberry Pi in there. And then in the back with the cool Bill Bersari shades on is an actual, looks like an X5000, doesn't it? So he's got the entire gamut of Amiga hardware covered here, and just an incredible, incredible job. And this is displayed on my Amiga 1200. All these are right on my Amiga 1200 at 1280 by 1024 in Ham 8 resolution. And I think you agree the detail is just incredible. Okay. This was a fun one. We've all seen these before, these little cradles, cat in the cradle or whatever they're called, the balls that boing back and forth. But look what he's done here with his 3D effects. On the left-hand side, he's got everything in wireframe, which is kind of a cool effect. And then as you move over, it gets more and more photorealistic. And of course, we've got the boing ball pattern on the floor, because Amiga. I mean, what else are we going to do? And then the glass textures, and what is that on the right? Maybe almost like a jungle, like a root type texture, and maybe a water texture. Really, really impressive about what the Amiga can do. And you know, back in the days, you could not get a machine that was affordable that could do this kind of work. You know, you want a Silicon Graphics workstation to do this? Sure, 50, 60, 70 grand, yours. Or your Amiga 500 could do it. Okay, it took a little while to render, but your Amiga 500 could do it, you know, $300, $400. Amazing. This is my good friend, Kevin Quattro. Now, Kevin has actually worked on a huge number of television programs. He worked in CSI in the special effects, and he's got a resume a mile long, but he cut his teeth on the Amiga doing 3D renderings for various shows and various presentations. So look up Kevin, I hope I said his name right. I think I said Kevin Saunders. I meant Kevin Quattro. Kevin Quattro. You can look him up on IMDb, and he's got quite a history of work that he's done in the movie and television industry. And this is one of the ones that he did for last year's show. And I would like to be in that room. That looks like a really, really nice place to be. Moving right along. 2021. Here, if you guys have heard, they are re-releasing a reimagining of Babylon 5, hopefully in the next year or so. I don't think they're going to do it on Amigas, unfortunately. I just have this sneaking suspicion that Amigas won't be involved, but they should be. And I was talking to a couple of friends online the other day, and we think that we should get in touch with the people who are doing the new Babylon 5 and ask them politely if they could just pop in maybe like a little cameo of an Amiga, you know, on the main deck or something like that, have a computer that's actually, you know, an Amiga 1200 or something like that, just as kind of a nod or a tip of the hat to what the Amiga contributed to the original Babylon 5 back in the day. And it was important. They did a lot of the work for the pilot on there, and I think some of the future episodes, the Amiga was used some in some of the early episodes. But I thought this was a really cool picture. And we've got one more. This is a little different way to look at 3D on the Amiga. We all think of, you know, like ray tracing and things like that, but we need to remember there's other things the Amiga could do in 3D that were just equally as interesting. This gentleman who did this image was heavily into geodesic domes back in the day, and so he designed entire communities using these geodesic domes and these forms on the Amiga, and created them in, oh my goodness, the name of the program he used is slipping my mind. It might have been Imagine that he did this in, but I'll have to look. But I just thought it was interesting because it's different than what we would normally consider a 3D, I'm doing air quotes now, but you guys can't see it, image on the Amiga, but it's no less 3D or no less ray trace than any of the other images. Just a lot of fun. Moving right along here. Now, this year, we've gone and done something a little different. Last year we did something a little different, and we introduced a mod category. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I love me some Hippo Player, I love me some Eagle Player on my Amiga, and listening to some of these fantastic mods that people have created. I think there's probably hundreds of thousands of hours of music that you could listen to just as Amiga mods that have been created over the last 35 years. Some of it just incredible. This one is called Drift Angel. This is one of them from last year, and we're going to just sample a little bit of this. And no, Douglas, don't open it in your IFF viewing program because that won't work. You need a mod player, Douglas. We'll switch this over here. And AmiWest. And it's kind of a weird way that this program does it. There we go, Drift Angel. Now, whoops, no, I didn't mean to restart it. There we go. So, this was the winner from last year. This is Simone. He's from, or he lives in California here. Hopefully he's watching the show right now. The fact that our 1985 Amiga 1000 Paula chip can play that back flawlessly, even with a 7 megahertz CPU and, you know, maybe a little bit of extra fast RAM to load it in. But the fact that it can play it back flawlessly is just incredible. The quality of the music that the Amiga can generate with her little Paula chip to this day astounds me, absolutely floors me to this day. Now, that mod is about 6 minutes long, so I don't want to play the whole thing, but I think you can get it gives you a taste of the kind of quality from last year. Now, I want to introduce you to one of the new mods from this year. This one was sent in by BarkBit, who spends a lot of time on the Amigos Discord and in the Amigos community. So maybe BarkBit is listening. This one's called Sky Ripper, and this one absolutely floored me. That should give you a little bit of taste of our music there. And the people that have sent in mods this year, we've got twice as many, maybe even 3 times as many mod submissions this year. as we did last year, just absolutely floors me. Truly, honestly, I will take these and I sometimes listen to them over and over, 5, 6 times in a row, because I'm just trying to get a feel for the music, because we have to end up judging these things. But then I end up just loving it so much that I just can't stop listening to it just one more time. And we've actually got one of the members of who made one of these mods creation, Gideon, in the chat right now, I see, which is absolutely awesome. But I'm not going to play your mod. I'm going to save that for the actual live stream. And then we've got some just incredible contributions from the community, and I really, really appreciate that. So that's a little sample of the work that's coming in 2021 in the next 2 weeks, and also a nice sample of what's been there in the past. You can view all of the 2019 and all of the 2020 artwork on my website, AmigaArtwork.com. That's AmigaArtwork.com, all one word. And you can actually go there and look at JPEG images of everything that's been done over the past couple of years. And then in the next couple weeks, I'll have all the 2021 contributions there. Now, this is not just a competition for fun. There's real live prizes on the line here. Our first place winners, people in each category who win first place, and this is judged by Pixel Vixen and myself with the help of our patrons in our Patreon community. They help us judge. First place winners all get a $50 gift certificate from our good friend Frank at Retro Rewind. He's got a boatload of Amiga stuff, including Amiga OS 3.2, which we just talked about a while ago on here. He's got all kinds of Amiga ROMs. He's got ROM switchers. He's got Commodore 64 stuff, Commodore 128 stuff. $50 gift certificate to the first place winners. Second place winners are good friends at Aeon, who I think a lot of you may know who those people are. They're contributing either, at your choice, a copy of Image Effects or a copy of Personal Paint 7.3, either the version for Classic or the version for Amiga OS 4.x. They are graciously contributing that to the second place winners, one winner in each category. There's a grand prize winner. We're going to pick the best of show, just like we did last year. Last year's prize was really cool. It was one of Edu Arana's on Amigas, and Roar won that one, and apparently he loves it. This year, best of show in all of the categories, it could be anybody from any category, is going to get from Amiga Kit, who's one of the sponsors of 2021 Amiga Art Contest, one of their 8 megabyte flash memory devices for the Amiga 1200. This goes into the belly of the Amiga 1200, adds 8 megabytes of RAM, but also has flash memory to store almost any Kickstart that you want to in there. So if you want to boot up with Kickstart 2.05, 3.0, 3.1, 3.2, or even 1.3. I even booted Kickstart 1.3 on my Amiga using his. You can use this device to do that. Plus it gives you the 8 megabytes of RAM. Fully compatible with PCMCIA sockets. Just reboot and hold a button down on reboot and it takes her down to 4 megabytes of RAM. PCMCIA still works perfect. So you get that, but are we done? Nay, nay. You also get a fully licensed copy of Amiga OS 3.2, the full CD, and this was graciously contributed by our good friend Kevin Saunders, who also created the promo for the show. He does a lot of my artwork because he's such an awesome guy, and he actually did all the promo artwork for the show, and he's contributing that copy of Amiga OS 3.2 to the grand prize winner. Last but not least, a copy of Image Effects or Personal Paint to the grand prize winner. So that grand prize winner wins a cool little package of Amiga stuff, all of it art related or Amiga OS 3.2 related. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Now the deadline for submissions has already been passed, so unless somebody comes at me with a real convincing sob story, we've already closed the competition for this year. But get your drawing tablets and your mice sharpened up for next year's competition, because we will be coming back, and we will be coming back even bigger than before. So thank you very much. I had a wonderful time at AmiWest. Please check out my YouTube channel, youtube.com/10-minute Amiga Retrocast. You can find me at 10mark.com. You can find me on Twitter at 10mark1 to get all of the details about when the live stream of the Amiga 2021 art contest is, and we will release the grand prize winners. Again, thank you very much, and have a great day, everyone here at AmiWest.
Okay, everyone. It's time. Give us a minute to get the tech in place. Going. Okay, we're ready for the raffle. This is the most screwed up thing. I just apologize. This PC does not support cut and paste. It's so disgustingly stupid. I want to run the machine over with my car, but I'm not going to do that. So let me bring in the Zoom window because I'm using my phone to run this. And that's not working for some mind-blowing reason. Why would that not work? Sorry, everyone. Something's wrong with this PC. I just don't understand it. It's frustrating when cut and paste doesn't work. And oh, this is gonna be hokey. Exit full screen. OBS is not working properly now. There's the delete key on this keyboard. Delete, yes. Window capture. Okay, Zoom isn't working. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, none of the capture methods are working properly. So I don't know if Zoom is doing something. Nope. Okay, this is not working. I apologize. Hey, Jerry, how we doing over there? I'm not being successful here. I mean, this is what it looks like. I mean, like, what the F? It's screen share. It should have, like, colors and stuff, and it just doesn't. Thanks, guys. Yeah. And then OBS isn't able to see it. Where'd it go? Oh, it's underneath. Okay, so did you get it working? Yeah. Okay, great. I can abandon this then. Okay, here. Let's. You have HDMI out, right? Yeah, of course. Pretty sure. Here it is. Okay, we're gonna use another laptop. Where's the HDMI? Is it full size? What's that? Oh, it's not that one either. We can't plug into this laptop. God damn it. What the fuck? It's so annoying. One annoying little problem. What's that? Yeah. Sweet. It's amazing. Raspberry Pi to the rescue. Okay, so I'm going to have to capture. That's even a logoed Pi cable. I love it. Okay. Okay, finally. We have the silly raffle up here. Okay. What's our first item, Jerry?
The 9-pin.
You don't have to give it to me. It doesn't matter.
Do you want me to mic up for this? Or are you going to repeat it? Or?
Do you want to do it or do you want me to do it? No, I'll just give me the thing. Okay.
Bottom up.
Bottom up. Where's the items?
So, Bill Clay, 9-pin.
Why is it? Okay. Sponsor name. Okay. Got it. Bill Clay has donated 2 9-pin mouse adapters. So we're going to give 2 away these first. Spin the wheel. Click the button, Josh. Okay. The wheel is spinning. A name is going to pop up. Oh, no, I can't record it. But it does record results. Okay. And the name is Steven Sully. Yeah, we all know that name. Okay, Steven Sully. What are our options here? Okay, Ben Granville.
Amiga 6.
Okay, now we're doing Amiga 6, version 5 for the Raspberry Pi. Hit it. Survey says, oh, I see my name. Just missed it. Darren Lomax. Darren Lomax. Let's remove that one. Congratulations on Amiga shirt. The Amiga Addict t-shirt coming up next. Let's spin that wheel. Okay. We'll have some fun with this. Steve Hodgson. He's been really active on the YouTube stream. Fantastic. Thank you, Steve.
Now we're up to 4
4 Retronics
Retronics joystick adapters.
joysticks adapters. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Only we can see that. People online can't. And it says checkmark events. Okay. It's a PayPal ID. Okay, another Retronics. Remove that. And let's spin the wheel. Hey, my money's as green as yours. Scott Campbell. That's adapter number 2. Scott Campbell. Give me a nod, Jerry. Let's spin it again. I mean, there's a name in here, PSP Hardware. That's pretty cool. There's also someone in here is named PayPal. I don't know who that is. And we've got checkmark events again. I did buy a lot of tickets. Good donation to the club. You know how it goes. Okay. Remove that. So this is for the last one. That was 3. This is 4. Hit it again. Well, that's okay. I mean, these are the adapters, right? I'm losing my tickets here. Okay. And then Tim Grooms. Tim Grooms for the 4th adapter. Okay. What's next, Jerry?
Next is our license for AmiKit.
The AmiKit license.
What we call the Banquet.
Okay, the first one is Amiga Sys. This is AmiKit. Yes. This is the AmiKit available today for the Pi 400. Roll it.
Bill, the adapters?
Yeah.
The joystick adapters, if anybody physically here won them, I've got them over here.
Yeah.
They can take them home today if they want.
Yeah. Yeah. He doesn't understand the gang sign to me. PSP Hardware. I called it out. Okay, PSP Hardware just won the AmiKit for the Raspberry Pi. Let's remove that. Next name?
Now we're up to the Retronic Design component adapters.
Component adapters. That was the 9-pin, now the component adapters. Hit it. Sorry, Alan, it was like you missed it just by a millimeter there. Component adapter. Vince Gianni, if I'm saying that. Giannini? Yes, the teacher. Thank you, teacher. Vince, congratulations. You just won the component adapter. Let's do it. Roll it again. See some familiar names. Bill Clay! Congratulations, Bill. You got the adapter. Those things are sweet. Okay, let's remove that. When you're ready, Jerry? We're ready. We got one or two more of those. Two more. So this is the third of the component adapters. Very cool product. Thank you, Vetronic, and all of our awesome sponsors. Frederick H.G. Wright II. Fred Wright. Okay, that's two in the room. I like it. Last one, component adapter. Let's spin that wheel. Come on, Josh. Josh is manning the wheel. Thank you. To keep it all on the up and up. He's totally neutral. He's using his laptop. There's no math libraries in the background that are named. Vicente Jimenez. We'll go with it. He's not here to correct us. So Vicente, congratulations. You won the component adapter. 23 pin to component. Beautiful output. It was on display here. Really nice. Okay, remove that sucker. Amiga mouse. An Amiga mouse donated by Amiga Kit. Amiga.org. So Matthew, under the Amiga.org hat, donated Amiga mouse. And the winner is... Oh, Chris, no! David Wright. Missed it by, like, literally that much. David Wright. Is David Wright here? No? Okay. So he won the mouse donated by Matthew Lehman with his Amiga.org hat on. Okay, let's remove that. Okay. SCSI Test D. This was donated by our very own Alex Perez of Rabbit Hole Computing. Let's spin it away. Let's spin it. So this device will allow you to plug an SD card into your SCSI bus. Useful on any old kind of machine. Almost Steve again. Chris Hooper. Chris Hooper, congratulations. You can now read an SD card on your SCSI bus. Let's get that recorded. Oh, the Bifrost. If you plug it in wrong, it will make the magic smoke. So really read the instructions carefully. Spin it. So the Bifrost is a product for the Amiga 1200. It allows you to replace the stock Commodore LEDs. It's got bazillions of features. You can change the colors. It's an amazing, amazing thing. And Christian wins. He left already. He just left. That is hilarious. Okay, Christian, congratulations, Christian. Ooh, 8 megs of memory for an A2000 on the Z2 bus. Spin the wheel. Thank you, Josh. Survey says, slowing down. I see some names I recognize. That's Christopher Nelson. Chris Nelson. Congratulations. You just got yourself 8 megabytes of memory. Some people are listening to this saying, what? Okay. What's next? The Retro Run 3.2. Let's spin this wheel. And the way it's set up, you can email him and he will send you the ROMs for your system. You get to pick. Oh, it's going, it's going, it's going, it's going. Mario Andres. Congratulations. You just won yourself a copy of Amiga OS 3.2 with your choice of system ROMs. Excellent product. Really, the folks that worked on it, just pure passion. Okay, what's next? A1200 8 meg flash expansion. Let's spin it. Accelerates IDE/IO a little bit. It gives you the ability to soft kick different versions. It even has an NVRAM module for CD32 emulation. Pretty cool. Wanderly Kasem, if I said that correctly. Congratulations. You just won yourself a Amiga 1200 part. Hopefully you have one. If not, you can buy them on eBay. Okay, next name up. Let's let you up. Waverly, you got it? Kasem? Removed W. Wanderly. Okay. Pi Storms, everybody, from Retro Passion. Let's spin it. These are complete Pi Storms, all ready to go. The Pi 3, I guess it is. I don't know which one it is on the board, though. Marcin Cheba. Marcin Cheba, if I'm saying that correctly. No, not yet, Josh. I know you're just getting ready, but I was getting nervous. Let's go ahead and remove that name. Marcin Cheba. Congratulations. You've got yourself a Pi Storm. That was Michael's talk yesterday. Okay, roll it. Roll it. Dun, 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 dun. It's slowing down, it's slowing down, it's slowing down. Ben? Or Richard? Ben Matthew. Ben Matthew. Congratulations. You just won yourself a Pi Storm. Fantastic. Okay, spin it. This is our last Pi Storm. This is your last chance in the 2021 raffle to win a Pi Storm. And Robert Brand, congratulations. You now have the world's fastest classic Amiga. If you don't have an Amiga, you can come next year and buy one. Last two? Wow, that went fast. Fantastic. Oh, the big one. Okay, so I emailed Jens. He's like, I'll absolutely step up and support the show. You get, the winner of this raffle gets to pick an Indivision card, an ECS or an AGA of whichever flavor, Mark II or Mark III. So if you have any kind of classic machine, this will benefit you. If you don't, they're worth like $100 on eBay. Let's roll it. Here we go. Come on, baby. I need me some Indivision Mark III. Keep going. Oh, I got it. I got it. Is it Chris? Oh, yeah. Fantastic. Okay, I did put a lot of money in the raffle, so you know. Okay, so that's the Indivision. Very excited. Okay. Now, this is it. This is it. This is the big one. Okay. This is the Checkmate 1500 mini case. It's styled after a 3000. Is it mini ITX or mini ATX? ITX. This will fit the A1222 as well as a lot of modern systems in that retro styling. Did he give choice of colors or was it a particular color?
He did not specify, I believe, but you can work that out with them. This is just for the case. Any additional extras would be...
Okay. Base case, if you go to his website, you can buy these products. He's got 100 different modules so that you could put a 1200, not in the small one, but the bigger one. I haven't looked at the options for the small one, but I'm sure he's got tons of cool options and add-ons. Okay, this is it. This is the last item for the 2021 raffle. Very successful. Really appreciate everyone buying tickets. It was Jerry's idea. He did all the legwork. So before we roll, big round of applause for Jerry. Amazing work. Huge shout out to all the sponsors from 2021. Be ready for 2022. We will be knocking on your door looking for more stuff. So let's roll it and finish this out. Here we go. Survey says, oh no! Duncan Styles. Chris missed it by one. Duncan Styles. Duncan is another person who's big time into the Amigos. I see him on their Discord channel. He's on their live stream. So I know the name. I don't know him. Congratulations, Duncan. You just got yourself a mini ITX Amiga Checkmate 1500 case. That's it.
For those who have won one of the electronics items we have here at the show, please be back at the table so I can mark down if you got your prize, and everyone else is going to have to coordinate a line with.
Yep. Awesome work. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate the last minute stepping up with your laptop to drive odd videos so that we could do this because I can't cut and paste. Okay. And that's going to wrap the live stream as well. Wow. Just want to say thanks to everyone. It was a great time here. Amazing to come back after all of it. It was spectacular, and I'm typing in the YouTube channel. Yeah, I bought a lot. So yeah, we'll do the raffle again. This was fantastic. I love this format of meaning you don't have to be here. I'm glad we were able to pull that off. You know, 2021's now in the bag. I'm gonna slam my stuff, throw it all in a box, and hustle my butt home. But you know, you can keep commenting on the YouTube streams, share them, get ready for next year, buy your tickets. If anybody tells me they're not going to come here because of the stream, I'm not going to do it, and we're going to black it out, because really you need to be here. The stream is a convenience for those who are stuck, like especially in the COVID era. But I hope everyone understands how much fun we have doing this, and what an amazing community of people that come here. The conversations are absolutely crazy, and just it's fantastic. So have a wonderful, wonderful time. I'm killing the stream, and actually, you got the video on me. I might as well end it with a smiling face here. Oh, you know what? It broke. Hold on. It's, oh, boy. Oh, wrong button. Is it going to fix it? No. It's toast. Anyway, that is it, everyone. Color bars will take us home. Goodbye.